Rebuild World Chapter 86 Escape. Akira was running through the long hallway in the underground ruin. Although him, Elena and Sarah were still in good shape, Ravin and his men were barely able to keep up. They were close to their limit. Ravin suddenly asked them to slow down. Wait, I don't think I can go any longer. Can you at least slow down a bit? Elena immediately replied back. No, if you can't keep up, we'll leave you behind. The longer we stay here, the dangerous it becomes. If you don't want to die, then keep on running. Just so you know, we're already running slower than usual even right now. How exactly are you even doing that? Are you using that thing? That augmented suit thingy? None of us is using an augmented suit, you know. So please be kind. How in the world did you even think of coming to an unexplored ruin without it? Do you want to kill yourself or something? Elena's opinion was rather harsh. It might be because she knew just how bad their situation was, but what she said was not wrong. Ravin glanced at Akira, seeing how a hunter younger than him was already using an augmented suit. He threw a question to Akira that sounded more like a complaint. Like I said, we came to this unexplored ruin expecting to return home with a lot of money so that we can buy better equipment. Okay? Even you two bought that augmented suit after selling expensive relics, right? Well, that's true. But in order to pay for it, I had to use almost all of my savings. Thanks to that, I had to live in an inn without a bath for a few days. It wasn't that easy getting this augmented suit. Akira vaguely recounted those days. Looking at his current equipment, it was unthinkable that he would have lived in such a situation. Ravin was a bit taken aback by Akira's unexpected reaction. I see. Elena then jabbed at Ravin again. I bet you spent all your money on women and booze, right? That's why you couldn't save enough money to buy good equipment. It's true that working as hunters means that we would die anytime, but if you spend your money recklessly every day, there's no way you would be able to buy good equipment, you know? The moment he heard that remark, Ravin immediately groaned. Elena's guess was spot on. His men also did the same. It was obvious that they realized they were also at fault. Akira then asked Ravin, "Don't you have some medicines with you?" "We already used all that we brought. It's not like we were able to run away from those monsters without getting injured at all." "I see. Do you want to buy mine then? I still have quite a lot with me." "Really? Thanks and sorry. How much is it?" 2 million orum per box. The heck? That's so expensive. What's with that price? Just how much money do you guys want to squeeze out from us? Ravin was thunderstruck by the price that he shouted in reflex. The price of that medicine was totally different from the price of the medicines that he and his men usually used. But Akira replied calmly, "It's the same price that I paid when I bought them. I'm not profiting from it, not even a single orum. Moreover, these medicines are powerful enough to save you even when you're already on your death's door. It's true that it's expensive, but it's way cheaper compared to my life. It's up to you to decide whether it's more expensive than your life or not. So do you want to buy it?" "Still no." "I see. Well, I won't force you." Ravin and his men squeezed everything that they had to keep up with Akira, Elena and Sarah as they were running through that long hallway. There was no doubt that they would experience severe muscle pain when they get back to the city. He and his team were trapped for a long time in a situation where they did not have enough money to gather more money. Seeing how there was a younger hunter in front of them who did well buying better equipment with the money that he saved in order to gather more money, they swore to themselves that they would also do the same from now on. His men decided that they would stop spending their money on women and alcohol, and use it for buying an augmented suit instead. Although it was a different story whether they would still think the same tomorrow too, but at least they did think so now. They eventually arrived in front of the stairs leading to the surface. But Elena suddenly turned back and stared at the hallway that they just passed. Her expression immediately turned grim. Akira and Sarah reacted to that by staring back at the hallway too. Ravin and his men, who were barely able to catch up with them, felt that sudden mood change. He then nervously asked Elena while still trying to catch his breath, "Hey, what's going on?" Elena explained their current situation. "If you don't want to die, climb the stairs as fast as you can. The monsters are coming." "Ha!" Ravin's reaction was a little bit late. He was already both mentally and physically tired. He unconsciously did not want to admit that his situation was getting worse, and it slowed his mind from processing the situation. Elena then shouted at him, "Don't just stand there and start running. Do you really want to die that badly?" Sounds started echoing from inside the hallway. They were the sounds of monsters' roars, hissing sounds from machines, and some heavy stomping sounds. Ravin and his men also heard those sounds, which quickly made them understand what was going on. They started taking the action that they should have taken way sooner as they desperately ran up the stairs with faces filled with terror and fear. Sarah readied her automatic grenade launcher and shot grenade shells toward the hallway. After explosions echoed through the hallway, the sounds from the monsters stopped. But not for long, they started to hear those sounds again from the hallway in no time. And those sounds were getting louder and louder. Elena turned to Sarah. "Sarah, I'll leave it to you to slow them down. We'll go to the surface and get ourselves ready to leave this place, so there's no need to hold this place for too long. You just need to buy some time and quickly retreat after that. If it seems that you won't be able to hold the monsters back while waiting for Ravin and his men to retreat, you can just abandon them." Although they did receive an SOS request from Ravin's team, Elena thought it would be all for naught if Sarah fell here. They would save Ravin's team if it was possible, and just abandon them if that was impossible. That was all there was to it. "Roger that. I'll be careful, so you guys need to be careful too, okay?" Sarah smiled when she said that. She then handed the other things that she did not need to Elena and Akira. After Elena and Akira received them, they quickly went up the stairs. They then came across Ravin and his team, who had started climbing the stairs ahead of them. However, they were already exhausted. Although they were still swinging their legs, they were moving very slowly. Akira shouted at them, "Want the medicine now?" Akira would only wait for an answer until he passed beside them, so they only had a few seconds to answer. Ravin looked at Akira and shouted back, "Damn it! Give it to me!" Akira then dropped a box of medicine beside Ravin and his team as he kept running to the surface with Elena without slowing down. Ravin used his leftover power to pick up and open those medicines. He then took a capsule out from the box and swallowed it in a hurry. He quickly regained his strength, even before the medicine actually started working due to the placebo effect from that 2 million orum per box medicine. And when its effects started to kick in for real, as expected of expensive medicine, it immediately boosted his physical condition. This thing works wonders. As expected of 2 million orum per box medicine. He quickly handed over the medicine to his men. Now that they had recovered their vigor and power, they started running up the stairs as if they were completely different people from just a moment ago. Akira and Elena climbed the stairs and reached the surface. They quickly scanned their surroundings and confirmed that there were no monsters near the entrance. They then went to their respective vehicles and got themselves ready to leave that place. They parked their vehicles not too far from the entrance as not to block Sarah's way out from that ruin, and then they waited for Sarah and the other hunters to come out from the entrance. Akira looked down the stairs. He could see Ravin and his men not too far down below. Their expression was a mix of fear from the monsters and hope since they were already close to the surface. But his expression immediately turned grim. He quickly jumped off from the driver's seat and once again walked down the stairs. He could not see Sarah behind Ravin and his men. Sarah was slowly walking up the stairs while repelling the monsters that were approaching her. Her movements were relatively slow. It was obvious from the way she moved that she was injured. She might have gotten hit by some splinter as the blood that was flowing out from her head had already doused her face in red. There were many reasons why she got injured. Some of the monsters that she was fighting were stronger than the monsters usually found in the underground. Some monsters had ranged weaponry. Some tended to attack her even if they also injured the other monsters. She had no place to hide and she sometimes did not have enough time to evade the monsters' attacks. And above all, she took too long before she decided to retreat. Although Sarah thought that she was fighting just like usual, in reality, that was not true. If she was fighting like usual, she would not make a fatal mistake like taking too long a time before deciding to retreat. Elena had even told her to just abandon Ravin and retreat when the push came to shove. If it was her usual self, she would have retreated sooner. Sarah then realized the reason why she made that fatal mistake. "Ah, I see. I wanted to show my good side to Akira." Sarah smiled. She was laughing at herself. As a veteran hunter, she wanted to show off her skills to Akira. She wanted to amaze him by holding back the monsters without any trouble, even when she had to protect Ravin and his men. She wanted to live up to Akira's expectations since he always looked up at her as a great hunter. That feeling disrupted Sarah's ability to make the right decision. It made her want to achieve a better result, which caused her to take a more dangerous choice. It made her greedy. Being able to stay collected and keep fighting calmly in that situation was enough to show her ability. Sarah herself had no plans to die in that place. She had not given up returning back alive from that place. If only she had a few minutes of break, the nanomachines inside her body would quickly heal her wounds. But as long as she was in the middle of a fight, her healing rate would be considerably slowed down. Just withstanding the kickback from her gun was enough to aggravate her wounds. And even if she decided to drop her gun and ran up the stairs, in her current condition, the monsters would reach her first before she could reach the surface. Thus, she had no other choice but to slowly climb up the stairs while suppressing the monsters, although it slowed down her healing rate. If she abandoned the only means she had to fight back, the monsters would catch up with her and she would be dead in no time. While on the other hand, she did not have unlimited ammo to fight back the monsters. According to her experience as a veteran hunter, it would be bad to keep doing the same thing. But at the same time, her experience was also telling her that there was no other viable choice. Sarah just gritted her teeth as she continued fighting back the monsters. Akira, who was running down the stairs, did not stop even after he spotted Sarah and the monsters ahead of her. He did not slow down as he readied his CWH anti-material rifle and took an aim at those monsters. "Alpha! Leave it to me." He showed no hesitation when he asked for Alpha's help. Alpha suddenly appeared within his view and replied to him. At the same time, her support was back online. Akira pulled the trigger. He had already loaded his CWH anti-material rifle with CWH special ammo. Thanks to Alpha's support, his shooting was highly effective, even close to godly. The CWH special ammo that could even easily destroy tanks pierced through the monsters in the front and took out the monsters behind them too. He did not slow down his shooting. He made quick work of the monsters that were running up the stairs. Due to Alpha's support, Akira was able to accurately snipe the weak points of his targets. The big monsters that got shot fell down and blocked the other monsters from climbing up the stairs. They then rolled down the stairs while taking some monsters down with them. The monsters that formed the vanguard quickly fell and died one by one. But even so, the monsters behind them continued pushing forward without a care. Akira was only carrying his CWH anti-material rifle since he decided to leave anything that might slow him down back in his vehicle, and that included his DVTS minigun. In exchange for the lowered firepower, he loaded CWH special ammo into his CWH anti-material rifle. Thanks to that, he was able to move relatively faster without sacrificing much firepower. After Alpha quickly confirmed Sarah's situation, she then gave a command to Akira. "She's wounded, but her life is not in danger. Pick her up and start running. It's faster than repelling the monsters while waiting for her to recover." Akira used the kickback from his rifle to stop his momentum. He then quickly picked Sarah up with his left hand and started running up the stairs. While he was ascending the stairs, he continued shooting at the monsters behind him without even looking back at them. Although it seemed like he was shooting randomly, he was actually properly aiming at the monsters with help from Alpha, and his shots were also properly hitting those monsters. Although she was shocked at first, Sarah understood that Akira was there to help her. She also understood that she would only slow him down if she made any needless moves. Thus she obediently let Akira carry her to the surface. Elena was still waiting for Akira and Sarah on the surface. She quickly noticed that Akira went back down to help Sarah, but it was not like she could leave her station too. She decided that the best course of action for her was to wait for Sarah and Akira on the surface, so that they all could leave the moment they escaped the ruin. Although there were no monsters around at the moment, monsters could appear anytime without notice. She could not afford to drop down her guard there. Even after some time passed, Sarah and Akira did not appear. Although to be more precise, she had been waiting only for a few seconds, but even a second felt too long for Elena and she just could not stand it. And it was enough to make her expression fill with desperation. Her desperation was also felt by Ravin and his team. They were all on Elena's vehicle since Akira left his vehicle with no driver. Although Ravin and his team looked relieved when they boarded her vehicle, Looking at how Elena was waiting for Sarah instead of leaving that place, they started to feel uneasy. One of Ravin's men mumbled nervously to her. "Say, isn't it bad if we keep staying in this place?" "Shut it." Elena snapped back at that guy. There was no trace of hatred when she said those words. Her calm voice carried an invisible pressure that shut that guy as he looked away from Elena. Then at the next moment, Akira came out from the ruin while carrying Sarah. He immediately headed to his vehicle and jumped in. The moment he did that, his vehicle suddenly turned on its own. Elena, who saw that, also quickly started her vehicle. The sudden acceleration threw Ravin and his men out of balance, and they hurried to grab onto anything. Akira and Elena quickly sped their vehicle away from the entrance. Right after that, the monsters that were chasing Akira and Sarah flooded out from inside that ruin. They were relatively small monsters, small enough to pass through the stairs. Because he was in a hurry, he just threw Sarah on the back seat. Alpha was already driving the vehicle. When Akira was about to sit on the driver's seat, Alpha suddenly stopped him. "Akira, I'll do the driving, you should take care of that side." "Which side?" Akira turned to the direction where Alpha was pointing at. She was pointing at the entrance to the stairs leading down into the underground ruin. As he focused on the entrance, he felt that something big was trying to force its way out from that stairs as smaller monsters were pushed or even thrown out from that entrance. Then suddenly a huge monster jumped out from the stairs. Its size was almost as big as the entrance's width. It opened its huge mouth and crushed countless monsters inside its mouth. It looked like a huge snake, but its scales resembled a mix-match mosaic of different monsters. There was even something that looked like a broken cannon embedded into its scale. As it forced its way out the stairs, some of its scales got peeled off and dropped to the ground. Akira dropped his jaw in shock when he saw that huge monster, which was way bigger than any other monsters he just fought. Due to its momentum when it forced its way through the stairs, that huge monster looked like it actually jumped out from the entrance. But after losing its momentum in the air, it then fell down to the ground due to gravity. It landed with a loud bang and crushed all the small monsters underneath its huge body. That loud bang snapped Akira back to reality. He inadvertently shouted, "What the heck is that thing?" Alpha answered his question. "I believe that it's a subspecies of the greedy crocodile. Those monsters that were inside the hallway were not chasing you. They were running away from that greedy crocodile." Greedy crocodile? I don't remember seeing a greedy crocodile like that one. You know? I did say that it's a subspecies of greedy crocodile, right? Remember that greedy crocodile evolves according to what they eat, and since it was living in that hallway for a long time, it might have adapted its body shape to the hallway. Now then, don't just stand there and start shooting. Don't shoot at that big monster. Aim for the smaller ones instead. If its food runs to your direction, there's a good chance that you'll get caught up in its feeding time. I'll handle the driving, so you should handle the monsters. Akira jumped to the backside of his vehicle, grabbed both CW's anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun, and aimed at the small monsters that were running away from that huge greedy crocodile before pulling the trigger. Sarah quickly turned back and helped Akira too. They were aiming at the monsters that were running in their direction. Bullets from Akira and grenade shells from Sarah rained down at those monsters and massacred them. The monsters that slowed down after getting hit by Akira's and Sarah's barrage were quickly chomped and swallowed by the huge greedy crocodile. It was indeed a very greedy crocodile. It kept chomping down the smaller monsters no matter whether they were biological monsters or mechanical monsters. Since its attention was focused on the prey near it, it ignored Akira and Elena, who were speeding away from it. Elena was driving her vehicle at a high speed. She was trying to catch up with Akira's vehicle since she would block Akira and Sarah's aim if she drove behind them. But in order to do that, Elena was driving pretty recklessly. Ravin and his men desperately clung on anything they could find so that they would not fall off the vehicle. They were sure that Elena would not stop the car to pick them up if any of them fell off, and it was obvious that the huge monster would be happy to munch at them if that happened. Their faces were filled with terror as they were holding tight and screaming on top of their lungs. Akira and Elena blazed through the wreckages and rubbles while speeding away from the monsters behind them. As they were getting away from that place, the huge monster started to look smaller and smaller, and when that huge monster was no longer visible with naked eyes, they knew they had finally escaped from those monsters. Akira and Sarah looked at each other, then gulped down at the same time. It was unclear whether they did it because they felt so relieved, or it was because of something else, but then they suddenly started laughing. Akira and Elena were driving straight to Kagomayama City. After they got away from that huge greedy crocodile, they did not get to encounter any more monsters on their way. Putting some more distance between that monster and them, they stopped the vehicle after checking the safety around the area. They then resumed their drive once Akira and Sarah moved to Elena's vehicle and Ravin and his men moved to Akira's vehicle. Elena looked worried as she asked Sarah, "Sarah, are you really okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry. I won't die just because of something like this, not to mention my wounds are mostly healed already." Sarah smiled, affirming that she was really okay. As in matter of fact, she had already recovered to the point that she would be able to fight normally in case if they encountered more monsters on their way back to the city. When Elena saw Sarah was bleeding from her head, she was extremely worried about her. "Well, I guess it's fine if you say so. Good grief, don't scare me like that. Just because your body is stronger than a normal human, it's not enough of a reason to do reckless things, you know? I did tell you not to be reckless, didn't I?" Sarah's body was enhanced by the nanomachines. Thus her body was way stronger than that of a normal human. But it did not make her invulnerable. She would still die when seriously injured. "I'm sorry. Things are going so well lately that I guess I got a little bit too cocky. I'll be more careful next time." Sarah smiled as she apologized to Elena, but her smile was clouded compared to her usual smile. It somehow felt like she forced herself to smile in order to avoid getting herself too depressed. Elena looked at Sarah and decided to stop dwelling on that subject. As long as Sarah returned back alive, felt sorry for her action, and promised to do better next time, that was enough for Elena. After all, scolding her too much would only be counter-effective. Sarah herself knew that she was feeling rather down, so in order to change the mood, she smiled and turned to Akira to thank him. "Akira, thank you for saving me." Elena quickly followed up with a bright voice. "I also feel grateful to you, Akira. Thank you." Akira was a bit surprised by their sudden thank you, so he flustered when he replied back to Elena and Sarah. "Don't mention it. And I'm sorry, it seems that the ruin is way more dangerous than I thought. There's also that monster right at the end. I'm just glad that everyone got out alive." Seeing how Akira seemed down since he was feeling responsible for what happened, Elena smiled and said to him, "It's not your fault. Exploring an unexplored ruin is always dangerous. We both knew that well when we decided to come to that ruin." Sarah also agreed with her. Elena is right. It's not something that you should feel guilty about. Moreover, although it sounds cruel to say this, but if we had returned back as soon as we finished collecting relics, today's exploration would have ended up without any trouble, right? We might really have bad luck when it comes to meeting other hunters in the old world ruins. Elena meant to say that as a joke, but now that she said it, it made her think about that possibility for real. Sarah and Akira groaned as they realized that what Elena said might be true. Akira felt that the subject of their conversation was leading toward a bad direction, thus he tried to remember anything that contradicted that way of thinking as he presented it to Elena and Sarah. Well, I met Sarah-san and Elena-san for the first time in an old world ruin, so I don't think it's all that bad. Or at least that's what I think." Akira realized that he said something that was way out of his character, and felt rather embarrassed. Well, you're right about that. I guess I was just a bit too paranoid." That's true. It might be because Akira's embarrassment propagated to Sarah and Elena. They stuttered when they replied back. The mood between the three of them felt a bit awkward. The only one who was not embarrassed at all, and was smiling like usual, was Alpha. "You're right, after all, you got to meet me in the old world ruin too. So I can reassure you that it's not true." "That's a good point, but you're not a hunter, right?" Alpha made a displeased face and said, "Good grief, you should just agree with me here, you know? We're talking about compatibility here. Or are you saying that you don't like me?" "Not at all. You really help me in a lot of ways." "Yep, that's the reaction I was expecting." After talking with Alpha, Akira regained his calm. He also forgot about the embarrassing thing that just happened. Elena suddenly came up with another subject. It felt like she did that intentionally to hide her embarrassment. "Now then, once we return back to the city, There are a lot of things that we need to do, like going to the hunter office to take care of the SOS request. So I'm thinking of deciding things that we can decide here while we have the chance. I'll make some suggestions, just tell me if you don't agree with any of it. All right. First of all, about the money that we get from today's exploration. Since Sarah would cry if we sell all of the relics that we gathered today and divide it equally among the three of us, so I think it's better if each of us sells our own relics. Is that okay? If they did not do that, Sarah would have to sell the old world underclothing that she gathered just to buy it herself later. And of course she would have to pay more than when she sold them if she did that. I'm okay with that, but then what should we do about the relics that we will get from Ravin? Sarah, do you have any good ideas? If not, then we might as well sell them all and divide the money equally. Well, can you let me buy the underclothing at market price before selling the rest? Even if you say so, who exactly is going to decide the market price for it? And how? Even if you find a way to do that, are you sure that you can get an accurate price? Also, are you going to buy them at market price or at the selling price of relics merchants? It was not like Elena was trying to pressure Sarah. She just wanted Sarah to know that if they picked another option, then they would have to make a lot of adjustments. But Sarah, who really wanted to get the old world underclothing, made another suggestion. Then how about equally dividing the relics between us? How exactly are you going to do that while making sure that the three of us get the same worth of relics? It's not easy to decide the worth of a relic. So who is going to do that? I don't mind if we want to talk it out, but I'm not sure that it'll end up peacefully. In that case, how about asking a relic appraiser to do that for us? Sure, but which relic appraiser would we ask for help? And who will pay for the cost too? What if we find out that there's a big gap between the prices of the relics and we are not able to come to an agreement on how to divide them? Then what should we do? Elena pointed out various difficulties with Sarah's idea. Akira himself did not really care how exactly they were going to divide the relics. He was just going to agree with any plan that Sarah and Elena came up with. He mumbled as if it was none of his business. Dividing relics sounds really rough. Well, to be honest, Elena is actually intentionally pointing out all the details so you can use this chance to learn how to negotiate. If you go out hunting for relics with other people, you'll have to negotiate with them on how to divide the relics just like now. Oh, I see, that's true. When Alpha told that to Akira, he thought that doing something like this would be a huge pain in the ass. Some of the hunters who wanted to avoid things like this tend to have a proxy to do it on their behalf, and they would agree with anything that their proxies decided on. Akira somehow understood the feeling of those hunters. He suddenly got an idea and decided to voice it out. Those relics were originally given to us in place of the 3 million Aurum reward from the SOS request. So if anyone here wants to buy them, then how about having that person buy those relics with 3 million Aurum? And then if we divide that 3 million Aurum equally between the other two, it should be pretty fair, right? If no one would buy them, I'll do it. After all, I'm the one who came up with this idea, and it's a good chance for me to learn how to sell relics too. Sarah listened to Akira's suggestion and said to him, "In that case, I'll buy them. It was me who originally wanted those relics. I'll transfer the money to your account later, is that okay?" Okay. Elena then moved to the next subject. I guess that ends the subject about the relics. The next problem is regarding the information about the ruin. I'm thinking of selling the information about that ruin. Then we can divide the money that we get from selling that info equally among us after we deduct the cost of ammo that we used today. But of course, I won't sell the info if Akira is against it. So are you okay with that, Akira? Sure. I don't mind at all. Akira, are you really okay with that? The information about the location of that ruin, the interior of that ruin, and the monsters in that ruin will quickly spread, you know? There might be still some expensive relics left in the deeper part of that ruin. Are you sure that you won't regret it? It's okay. To be honest, I have no plans to go to that ruin with that huge monster ever again. It was obvious from his expression that Akira really did not want to go to that ruin ever. So Elena and Sarah just smiled bitterly. Elena then said, "Let's at least make use of that information to earn as much money as possible." But still, to think something like that would appear, searching an unexplored ruin is really a dangerous thing. Sarah smiled and said, "You can say that again. It would be a great help if that huge thing got stuck in the small hallway." All of them laughed together. After that, Elena continued. All right then, I'll be responsible for selling the information that we gathered today. Akira, send me how much you spent for your ammo later. Okay. And that will take care of most of the things. Now, let's just hope that nothing happens until we safely reach the city. Elena's prayer might have been answered since they did not encounter any trouble on their way back to Kagomayama City. But no matter what it was, the fact was that Elena, Akira and Sarah were able to return back alive. They stopped their vehicles in the wasteland not too far away from the city. There, Ravin handed over the relics rewards to Elena and Sarah, who then said goodbye to Akira and headed to the city. It seemed that there were a lot of things that they had to do, like taking care of the SOS request and selling the information. Akira was left together with Ravin and his men in the wasteland. He then told them to board off his vehicle. Seeing how Akira was still sitting on the driver's seat after they boarded off, Ravin asked him, Hey, what's the meaning of this? Are you telling us to walk to the city? Don't worry, the request is to escort you guys back to the city, so I'll properly escort you guys to the city. Then why did you tell us to get off from your vehicle? There's one thing that I want to make sure first. I'll escort you guys after that. Oh, what is it? Ravin clearly looked confused, but to be honest, he and his men actually knew what Akira was talking about. And as expected, their guess was not wrong. Akira asked them with a flat tone, The medicine, 2 million orum. How are you planning to pay for it? Ravin and his men averted their eyes. Rebuild World Chapter 87 People Who Lost Their Dreams. Akira was sitting on the driver's seat, talking with Alpha to kill time, while waiting for Ravin to finish his discussion with his men. Now that Akira had calmed down after he got out of that ruin, he started to feel a tinge of regret. But still, it's such a waste and it's really unfortunate. There should still be relics in that ruin. If only we were able to search the ruin more and carry all of those relics before the ruin somehow activated. I wonder just how much money that would have fetched me. Alpha smiled and cheered him. It's an unexplored ruin after all. Things like this are normal. We still have some leftover data from the Lion Steel Corp, so we can just place our hope at our next location. You're right. Ha! Although that day he was able to return with some profits, he was not able to return with a lot of riches from an unexplored ruin as he had wished. Akira himself thought that there should be still a lot of relics left in that ruin, so it would be hard for him to simply forget about that ruin. Ravin and his men were sitting not too far from Akira. They were discussing how to pay for Akira's medicines. One of them looked pretty depressed as he asked Ravin, So what exactly are we going to do now? Ravin's expression was not much different from that man. Isn't that exactly why we're sitting here discussing? Tell me if you have any good ideas. Even if you ask me, it's 2 million orum, you know? Can we really afford to pay that kind of money? Or more like, you're the one who bought it, so why should we pay for it too? Ravin looked displeased as he said, Are you seriously going to blame me for it? Would it have been better for you if we had kept climbing the stairs with that speed and got killed by the monsters? I didn't mean it like that. Then what did you mean by that remark? Ravin and his men started to make a ruckus, but the moment Akira glanced at them, they quickly calmed down. Another guy from Ravin's team then said, For real though, what are we going to do now? They were all in trouble since they had no idea how to pay Akira. Ravin and his men were talking about the medicine that they bought from Akira, which cost them 2 million orum. Akira asked them to tell him who would pay and when and where he would receive the payment. Ravin and his men were 5 members in total, so dividing it equally, it would be 400,000 orum per person. It was not a huge amount, but if they paid that money, they would not be able to buy ammo for their next expedition. After all, they still had to pay for their food, accommodation, and ammo. They simply did not have enough money to spare. Another guy then hopelessly said, I guess we have no other choice but to sell our relics. Another guy quickly refuted his suggestion. Don't you remember that we paid them with our relics? We only gave them the relics that we found inside that room. I'm sure all of you are hiding other relics that you found elsewhere, right? If we pooled them together, we might be able to get at least 2 million orum. They then looked at each other. They all understood what that guy was talking about. Ravin sighed and took out all the relics that he was hiding. The other guys who saw that also gave up their relics. One among them reluctantly took out the relics that he was hiding. Ravin twitched as he saw that because that man only offered clothes. Ravin immediately called that man. You there, you took out nothing but clothes though. But I found only these clothes in the ruin. Do you really think they'll believe you? They'll definitely doubt it, you know. Just take them back, we can sell it later and divide the money among us. That guy then retrieved those clothes. Ravin looked at all the relics lined up in front of him and made a long hum. To be honest, I'm not even sure we can get enough money with just these relics. But well, I guess at least we can use this to negotiate. He then went to Akira. After Akira listened to what Ravin had to say, he asked about something that bothered him. Even the relics you found in the room that looked like in good shape were only worth about 3 million orum, right? So like, are you sure the rest of the relics would be able to fetch you 2 million orum? Well, I think it's at least possible. Let's just head back to the city for now. After all, I can't really ask merchants or appraisers the worth of the relics if we stay here, right? There were certain areas in the city where the public order was really bad to the point that it would not be strange for hunters, who returned from the wasteland, to get robbed. But even so, those areas were still safer compared to the lawless wasteland. Once they were inside the city, even if Ravin and his men had no money to pay Akira, Akira won't be able to just shoot them where they stood. In contrast to that, something like that would likely happen outside the city or in the wasteland. That was why Ravin wanted to reach the city as soon as possible. Akira did not notice that at all. The only reason why he was staying outside the city was so that it would be easy to chase Ravin and his men if they tried to run away. Akira thought for a bit before saying, "You only need someone to appraise those relics here, right?" Akira pulled out his information terminal and contacted Katsuragi. The call got connected soon after he pressed the call button. "Akira, huh? It's rare for you to call me like this. Is it something profitable?" "It depends on your ability as a merchant." "I see, it's money talk then. So what do you have?" "I just returned back from the old world ruin with relics. Can you come here and check them?" "Sure, but since you called me, you do have the relics worth calling me there, right?" "I got those relics from an unexplored ruin. They are from the underground ruin. They do look pretty expensive though. And also, if you come here to pick them up, I'll at least tell you where I found them." "I see, send me your location." "Alright then, I'm coming there now, just wait for a bit." Katsuragi then ended the call. After that, Akira turned to Ravin. "Just wait for a bit." "Okay." Ravin frowned, he looked rather pale. He was not expecting for Akira to know a merchant whom he could call over all the way to where they were. It did not take that long before Katsuragi's trailer arrived there. It was one of the benefits of having a portable shop. Akira lined the relics in front of Katsuragi. After Katsuragi finished checking all of those relics, he then made an offer to Akira. "Let's see, how about 8 million orum?" "Got it, we have a deal." "Nice. I'll transfer the money right away. So then, how about those relics? You're not going to sell them?" Katsuragi glanced over at the relic pile on the back seat of Akira's vehicle. "Those are the relic types that you won't buy. You did teach me that, remember?" "Well, that's true, but I can at least take a look at them. It's just me trying to build a good relationship with you. Even for the clothes, if you have enough of them, I can even make a connection especially to sell those types of relics, you know? Well, even if I say that, it'll take quite a lot of time to build a new route like that. But since I've been dealing with a lot of wholesalers lately, it'll at least still turn in some money." "Thanks for the offer, but it's fine. I found another route to sell those types of relics, you see. So I'm thinking of bringing relics that you won't buy to that person." "I see. Okay." Although Katsuragi was smiling on the surface, he was cursing deep inside. When he gave the explanation about how to sell relics to Akira before, he intentionally evaluated some of the relics with a lower price, and those types of relics were clothes and small accessories. He was actually thinking of intentionally not buying them first, and then buying them for cheap later as to make Akira feel indebted to him. Akira's fighting ability was indeed amazing, but he had no knowledge on how to sell the relics that he gathered. Or at least that was what Katsuragi thought. That was why he mixed some false information when he explained how to sell relics to Akira. He wanted to paint an impression so that Akira thought it was hard to sell a particular type of relics, and later make Akira feel indebted to him by offering to buy those relics at a cheap price from Akira. But it seemed that Akira had taken care of that part himself. So Katsuragi's evaluation of Akira slowly changed because of that. Katsuragi did regret the fact that he could not earn more profit, but it was not like he could keep himself occupied by that. So he just changed the subject and talked about his goods. Now that you got more money and I'm already here too, how about you buy something for me? But Akira pointed at Ravin and his men and said, before that, can you check their relics too? Are they your friends? Did you go hunting relics with them? No, but I found them inside the ruin that I was exploring. Well, it seems that I can put my hopes up for their relics then. Katsuragi smiled and went towards Ravin. While Katsuragi was checking Ravin's relics, Akira went to Katsuragi's trailer to spend his time browsing weapons and other stuff. After Katsuragi finished checking the relics, he looked disappointed and said, well, I guess the total worth is only about 500,000 orum. 500,000 orum? Are you trying to scam us or something? Ravin panicked when he heard Katsuragi's statement. When Akira said that Ravin and his men went to the same ruin as him, Katsuragi thought that he could put his hopes up on their relics. But compared to Akira, their equipment looked way cheaper and the relics that they brought were a huge disappointment for him. Some of the relics they brought were dirty or even badly damaged, and it was rather obvious that they were not some kind of high-ranking hunter. These were the reasons why Katsuragi was only willing to pay that amount of money for those relics. Katsuragi looked like he was in a bad mood. He did not even bother to show a fake smile as he said to Ravin, that's the amount of money I'm willing to pay. Even if you bring them to the hunter office, I think you'll get even less money. If you don't agree with that amount, then just don't sell them to me. I won't force you to sell them to me either. Well, later then. After Katsuragi said that, he turned and was about to go back to Akira, but Ravin suddenly stopped him. Please wait. Are you going to tell him that too? Can you please not do that? That amount of money was not even enough to pay half the price of Akira's medicine. Ravin was terrified of how Akira would react to that, so he desperately tried to stop Katsuragi. Katsuragi noticed that something was going on there, and looked a bit surprised. But his expression suddenly changed to a smile as he kindly asked Ravin, what's going on here? You can at least tell me, you know. I've been doing business with that Akira for quite some time now, so I might be able to help you out. Katsuragi smelled a chance to make a lot of money, so he did not even try to hide his smile. After listening to Ravin's explanation, he sympathized with them and said, that sounds rough. I do business with hunters so I can understand how rough it is. Well, I'm glad that he saved you. Now then, since having you guys work hard and gather a lot of relics also helps my business, I can at least lend you some help, you know? Ravin's face looked both grateful and a little suspicious. Is that so? So what exactly are you offering? Of course I can offer to smooth things out between you guys and him. But still it's not easy dealing with Akira, you know? Negotiating with him is not an easy task at all. I do want you to at least remember that. You might also know that Akira is a strong hunter. His fighting skill is nothing to scoff at, and he's also quite a violent boy. He's actually protecting a certain gang in the slum city, and I heard that he doesn't hesitate when it comes to killing other people. From the rumor that I heard, there was a time when a certain gang in the slum city that was hostile to the gang that he's protecting went to negotiate with him, but they got cocky during the negotiation and Akira killed that guy with no hesitation at all. He then dragged the corpse to the base of the gang that sent that guy. To that boy is insane. Ravin, who was listening to Katsuragi's story, could not help but word out his impression about Akira. Katsuragi noticed that Ravin was misunderstanding something there, but he did not bother to correct it as he continued. You can say that again. That's why, to be honest, I don't want to ask him to reduce the amount of money that he demands or to give more time to get that money. I'm sure you can understand me, right? And what should we do? That's why you can just leave it to me. Although it might be a bad deal for you guys, I hope you can understand that it's the best deal that you guys can currently get. I'll try my best to talk with him. As for my reward, well, when you guys become hunters who can earn a lot of money, you guys should come to my shop to buy stuff. So what do you think? Of course, I won't stop you if you want to do something about it yourself. But to be honest, I don't recommend that. Oh. Katsuragi urged Ravin to make a decision, but it was a different story whether they actually had any other choices or not. Ravin and his men gave up and decided to place their hopes on Katsuragi's offer. Akira was still browsing inside the trailer. Most of the goods were weapons for hunters, but there was also some other stuff in display inside that trailer. He took a certain object from one of the displays. Relic bag, huh? I guess I'll buy some. There were all types of bags lined up on that display: bag for clothes, bag for machines, waterproof bag, bulletproof bag, electric-proof bag, shockproof bag, all types of bags. Some of them were single-use bags while others were reusable bags. And of course their prices also varied. There are all kinds of bags though. Alpha, which one do you think should I buy? I'm not sure either. It's not like they're that big anyway, so how about buying multiple types? I guess I'll do that. Akira picked some bags and put them inside the shopping basket. He then picked another thing. Waterproof spray, huh? Can protect weapons from molds. Special offer: buy now to get a shock protector as a bonus. Well, I buy this kind of weapon maintenance tools from Shizuka's shop, so I guess I don't really need it. Akira put that back and reached for another object. Jamming smoke. Uzumo Corp General Purpose A28 type. To check for the compatibility with your information gathering device, please check the composition and confirm with the maker of your information gathering device. Is it better if I have this too, Alpha? It'll also lower the sensitivity of the information gathering device that you are using, so I don't really recommend it. I don't need it then. Akira put it back on the display. While he was in the middle of browsing stuff, Katsuragi suddenly entered the trailer and engaged Akira with a smile. Oh, so you're finally interested in buying my goods, huh? Make sure to buy a lot of things, okay? All of them are good stuff. You're done checking their relics. Yeah, and I heard about their situation too. Just wait here for a bit. Katsuragi went inside the back room and returned with the medicine that he sold to Akira the other day. Here you basically just need a replacement for the medicine that you sold to them, right? So is this enough? Akira seemed suspicious of Katsuragi. It was true that he had no complaint as long as he got his medicine back. Yeah, so what are you scheming? Don't say that. I'm just advertising my business. I do this so that they'll frequent my shop. Even I won't do something like this for free, you know? I'll make sure that they'll pay me for that medicine. I see, so that's the real reason, huh? Sure then. Alright then, with this they're indebted to me now. But with that being said, I recommend you not to hang out with them too much. I'm not sure what happened, but they're pretty scared of you for some reason. Well, a lot of things happened back in the ruin after all. It was not like Akira had no idea why Ravin and his men would be scared of him. It was nothing strange to be scared of an unknown hunter who was way stronger than yourself, not to mention that Elena was planning to abandon them at first and Akira did agree with her. Akira did not try to think any deeper as he thought that it was to be expected for them to be scared of him. Is that so? Well, it's none of my business anyway, so I guess I shouldn't stick my nose there. Alright, you're in the middle of shopping, right? If you have any questions, just ask away. I can explain to you anything about the goods here. Oh, relics bag, huh? In that case, I recommend you to get this one. Katsuragi smiled happily as he kept talking to Akira. He was trying to prolong Akira's stay inside the trailer as long as possible to make it look like he was having a difficult negotiation with him. Akira finished shopping about 30 minutes later. He ended up buying a lot of things. As he was looking at his shopping bag, he hoped that he did not buy anything that he did not need. Katsuragi then saw Akira off as they left the trailer. Akira, you can just head back home. I'll take Ravin and his men back to the city. Of course, I'll have them buy some of my stuff on our way back too. I'll also gather the information about the ruin from them. Is that so? Alright, later then. Akira then got in his car and left that place. Katsuragi's smile vanished and was replaced by a deeply serious expression. He then turned to Ravin and walked towards him. Seeing Katsuragi approaching them, Ravin and his men asked him, So how was it? Katsuragi's serious expression did not change. We made a deal. There were some difficulties, but I ended up temporarily paying for your debt. As long as you guys don't approach Akira, I'm sure he won't do anything to you. I think. I see, thank goodness. Ravin let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he was able to avoid the imminent danger. But then Katsuragi apologetically said to Ruvin and his men, "So then, well, in the end each of you owes me 400,000 orum. I know that it'll cause inconvenience in your daily hunter activities, but I hope that you'll understand. We'll talk about the interest and the other stuff regarding the debt later." "I'm sorry." "Debt, huh?" Ruvin and his men frowned. All of them were aware that most of the hunters with debt ended up tragically, and now they had taken a step closer to such a tragic end. "I don't think I even need to remind you of this, but you guys will pay it eventually, right? In case if you don't, I'm sorry, but I think I'll ask for Akira's help. I don't want to do that, but I have my reputation to uphold as a merchant, you see." Seeing how Katsuragi looked pitifully at them, Ruvin and his men's faces turned pale. "Well then, how about we discuss the details inside my trailer?" As Katsuragi walked back to his trailer, Ruvin and his men followed behind with heavy steps. Katsuragi, who was leading Ruvin and his men to his trailer, smiled in secret. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days after that expedition, inside a certain pub somewhere in Kagamayama City's downtown, a certain man was sitting on a table. Although there were 6 glasses of beer on that table, that man was sitting alone. He was the person who sold that information about the ruin to Ruvin. The ruin that Akira discovered was named Yanazuka Station Ruin. It seemed that it was the name of the subway station inside that ruin. One of the hunters who explored that ruin found the nameplate of the station, and that name then got adopted as the official name of that ruin. Since Elena sold the information about that ruin, it spread quickly among the hunters. Although the information had spread widely, there were barely any hunters exploring that ruin. It was because the presence of that huge monster was also included in the information that Elena sold, as well as the fact that there was a good chance the monsters in Kazusuhara Ruin Underground City used the subway tunnel to go to that ruin. Since even the hunters who had experience in dealing with the monsters in the underground city when they were guarding the forward base had to run away from that ruin to stay alive, the other hunters could easily grasp just how dangerous the Yanazuka Station ruin was. Because of that, the hunters who thought that they were not strong enough to challenge that place avoided going to Yanazuka Station ruin. Some hunters thought that it was just fake information in order to prevent other hunters from exploring that ruin. But these hunters then ended up contributing to the number of hunters who went to that ruin and never returned. Some of the skilled hunters who were confident in themselves dared to go to that ruin to collect some of the many relics still left inside. But it was a completely different story whether they could return back alive or not. It all depended on these hunters' skills. That man was the only person who returned back alive after exploring Yanazuka Station ruin. It was him and his team who activated that ruin. When they reached the home platform of Yanazuka Station, they messed with the controls there and activated the facility. Then monsters flooded out from the tunnel and killed everyone except that man. The reason why he was spreading that information was as a form of revenge. He thought that if he kept sending hunters there, someone might kill the monsters that killed his friends. Since that man was selling the info cheaply, he did not earn much money from it. His dream of finding an unexplored ruin and getting rich had been crushed, and all his close friends were dead. All the money that he got from selling that information was used to buy expensive alcohols. He would spend his days drinking those alcohols while reminiscing about his dead friends. Meanwhile, in the other place, Akira was getting ready to go out to the wasteland again. Although he had no plans to go to that particular unexplored ruin, he was still planning to find the other unexplored ruins. In order to do that, he used the data that he acquired from the Lion Steel Corp's terminal to help him search for unexplored ruins. As Akira was about to turn on the vehicle inside the garage, Alpha, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, suddenly said to him, "Akira, there's a notification from the Hunter office." A notification? Akira pulled out his information terminal and checked the notification. Bounty info. Notification for new bounty monsters. Akira looked puzzled as he checked the details of that notification. It was not the usual monster hunting request. It was a special bounty request with fixed prize money and a huge monetary reward. This type of request was usually issued for strong monsters that did not fit the place that they were in or the monsters that caused damage to the city's economy. These monsters were known as bounty monsters. That notification worked both ways. It would attract the attention of the hunters who had enough skill to hunt those bounty monsters, as well as to warn the other hunters to be careful of those monsters. After all, if those hunters who went to the Old World ruin to gather relics got killed and are unable to bring back the important Old World relics to the city, it would cause trouble for the city too. While on the other hand, it was the perfect chance for the hunters who were confident in their skills to make a name for themselves. When a hunter took out a bounty monster, his name would also be announced as the person who killed that bounty monster. Not only would he get a huge amount of money, his hunter rank would receive a huge boost, his hunter record would be decorated with that achievement, and his name would also receive renown. Every time a new bounty request came out in the Eastern District, skilled hunters would flood the wasteland to hunt for that bounty monster. There were 4 new bounty monsters. Their names, descriptions, bounty prizes, and other details were publicly posted in the hunter office. As for their location, they were only able to draw a big radius as to where they might be roaming. That area included Yanazuka Station ruin that Akira explored the other day. Akira's expression turned grim. He remembered that huge greedy crocodile. Alpha. About this bounty notification. I think that monster is one of them. Since there are 4 bounty monsters, I guess more similar monsters came out to the surface. Although there were traces of battles in many places, we found no traces of corpses. It is likely that corpses were eaten by the other greedy crocodiles while they were on their way to the surface. There's a good chance the monsters that left those traces in the hallway left that ruin and attacked hunters and the other monsters that they encountered. In that particular hallway, there were traces of battles, but strangely enough, there were no monster corpses nor dead hunters. As Akira expected, it might have been because some kind of monster had eaten all the leftover corpses. Then that particular monster might have evolved, and after it grew stronger, it might have started preying on the other weaker monsters around it, and grew even stronger to the point that it was dangerous enough for the city management to warrant a bounty request. Akira stepped down from the vehicle without saying anything. Alpha then asked him, "Are you not going to search for unexplored ruins today?" "Yeah, if I go out to the wasteland, I feel like my bad luck will get me to meet one of those bounty monsters after all." Alpha smiled after hearing his reply. "You're right. We can't underestimate your bad luck after all. So I guess it's the right choice to not go out today, huh?" Akira pouted, but he just obediently returned back to his house. After that, he spent his days studying inside his room and training himself. Rebuild World Chapter 88. Shopping with Cheryl. Akira was strolling with Cheryl in the Kagomayama city's lower district. He was fulfilling the promise he made the other day. Since the report said that one of the bounty monsters was spotted in the wasteland somewhere near the city, Akira decided to watch the situation for a while before going out to the wasteland again. He was worried that his bad luck might get him to meet that monster the moment he went out to the wasteland. Accompanying Cheryl doing shopping was also for wasting time while waiting for the situation to get better. Cheryl and Akira were heading to the market around the big hunter office branch that was attached to the wall. The area around this hunter office was a relatively safe area compared to the other places in the lower district. Because of that, most of the expensive shops and stands gathered around this area. But to be more precise, the truly luxurious and expensive shops were located inside the inner wall, and it was impossible for Akira and Cheryl to go there. So in short, the shops in this area were only expensive compared to the standard in the lower district, and they gathered here since this area was relatively safer compared to the rest of the lower district. Cheryl was walking happily next to Akira when Akira suddenly asked her, "Although you said that you're going to buy shoes, are you sure you want to buy shoes there? Only expensive shoes are available over there, you know?" In reality, Akira never shopped in that place and he knew almost nothing about the shops in that area. It was all information provided by Alpha. "That's what I found in the network." "Well, I'm not sure if that information is fake or not though." It seemed that Alpha could not affirm nor refute the information that she told to Akira. "Alpha, it's rare for you not being able to say anything about it. It's complicated." It was rare for Alpha to say something like that, Akira wondered. Cheryl looked hesitant as she said, "I couldn't find any shoes that matched the clothes that you gave me. I guess that place should have fitting shoes for me. If it's too expensive, I'll just give up." Akira looked over Cheryl. She was wearing one of the clothes that he gave to her. It was true that compared to her dress, her current shoes looked old and shabby. Since it was shoes that she bought from Katsuragi, they were more tailored towards exploring the wasteland. Not to mention, since the size of the dress was bigger than her actual size, her overall appearance looked a bit weird. But it was rather understandable since Akira could not find old-world shoes that might fit that dress. Although it also depended on the condition of the clothes, most of the old-world clothes were considered expensive goods. So in order to get shoes that might fit that dress, she might not have any other choice but to go to the market around that area. When a small child from the slum city went to one of those expensive shops, he or she would normally get kicked out. Even for Cheryl, who came in that dress, the chance of her getting kicked out was still pretty high if they knew where she came from. That was also one of the reasons why she was going there with Akira. If she was accompanied by a successful hunter, the chance of her getting kicked out would be considerably lowered. Akira and Cheryl continued walking through the lower district toward their destination. The shop that they were heading to was a shop that Alpha randomly picked from the network. Alpha was actually guiding Akira there. Of course, Cheryl didn't know anything about it. Seeing how Akira did not hesitate as they proceeded through that area without getting lost, she thought that he must have frequented that area to the point that he remembered the layout. They eventually reached their destination. It was a luxurious-looking boutique. If he was the past Akira, he would have hesitated to go in. But since he was once invited by Shirori to a luxurious restaurant, Akira was able to enter that shop without showing hesitation. Cheryl quickly followed behind him. To be honest, she was feeling very nervous, but since she had learned how to hide it, she entered the shop with a calm expression. A female clerk quickly welcomed them as they entered. She was Kashua, the owner of the shop. Kashua glanced at Akira. He is a young boy hunter with an augmented suit and properly maintained rifles. There should be no problem. Kashua then turned her attention to Cheryl. There is something strange about her appearance. The dress that she is wearing seems like an old-world dress, in short, an expensive dress. And she sure has put extra effort to make such a big dress look less weird on her. But compared to that dress, she is using shabby and dirty-looking shoes. But anyway, she must be here as the hunter boy's companion, so there should be no problem. Kashua identified Akira and Cheryl as worthy customers. Thus she put on her business smile as she welcomed them. Thank you for coming to our shop. What can we do for you today? We're here looking for girl shoes. After Akira said that, Kashua turned to Cheryl and looked at her shoes one more time. But of course. Please come in, I'll guide you to the shoe section. Kashua's expression did not change as she guided Akira and Cheryl through her shop. Cheryl followed Kashua's guide. Not too long after that, she was sitting on a chair having a hard time deciding among all the shoes lined up in front of her. All those shoes were recommended for her by Kashua. Cheryl was making a super serious face. All of those shoes that Kashua recommended were wonderful shoes. Even Cheryl was able to know that much, but because of that, the price of those shoes was also pretty high and she could not pay for those shoes with the money that she brought with her that day. She also noticed that Kashua slowly lowered the quality and the price of the shoes that she was recommending to Cheryl every time she brought a new pair of shoes. One of the reasons why Cheryl was looking for new shoes was for selling the relics that Akira entrusted to her. She would be able to make a better impression by wearing matching shoes when selling those relics. She knew very well that putting a good overall appearance would be beneficial during a negotiation. In order for others to not look down on her, she was searching for shoes that would fit her dress. She was thinking hard on how to do that with the limited amount of budget that she had. While Cheryl was busy doing that, Akira was walking around the shop, browsing the apparels there. Inside that shop, mannequins were used to show how the dresses would look when they were put on. Akira frowned a bit when he looked at those mannequins. Alpha noticed that and thought his reaction was a bit weird. Akira, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just wondering why I don't feel anything when I look at these mannequins. Is it because they are just mannequins? Do you want me to try it on? Alpha changed her dress to the same ones that the mannequin in front of Akira was wearing. Although the size was adjusted to fit on her body, it had the exact same design as the one on the mannequin. She then stood beside that mannequin. Akira looked at the mannequin and at Alpha in turns. But just like before, he did not feel any big change in his impression. Yep, it doesn't change much. It's not that bad but not that good either, just a normal dress. This shop is supposed to be an expensive shop in the lower district, right? Well, the clothes here are at least not as cheap as your underclothing. Even if it's an expensive dress judged by fashion experts for having a good design, it still looks normal to me. I don't feel anything at all, as I thought I might have no fashion sense. Akira remembered that the meal he had when he went to that expensive restaurant really blew his mind. He could agree that those meals were worth the money, but that was not the case for fashion. Of course, their prices were not the same as the meal that he had in that luxurious restaurant, but he was expecting something more. Alpha once again changed her dress this time. It was an expensive-looking dress appropriate for a high-class lady. Walking through the lower district in that dress would warrant extra escorts, or at least you would need the influence to let people know not to mess with you in order to ensure your safety. Compared to the last one, what do you think about this dress? Not bad. It does look expensive. I at least understand that it's on a different level compared to the other common clothes around here. If I find this kind of dress in the old world ruin, I'm sure it'll fetch me quite a lot of money. For Akira to think about how much money it would bring in case he sold that dress when he was actually asked about his opinion on the dress, it seemed that his way of thinking had really adjusted for his hunter job. That might be one of the reasons why he had a bad sense of fashion. If that's all you have to say after seeing my dress, I guess you have gotten used to it. Huh? Gotten used to it? Well, I do feel like I'm starting to get used to your clothes though. I think that you're misunderstanding something here. It's true that my dress is nothing but an image, but it's still a high-class dress. When you're not worried about the expense for the fabric, you can get a very luxurious dress. As a matter of fact, the design and the outlook of my usual clothes are way better than the current fashion. So, basically, since you always see me in high-class clothing all the time, you've gotten used to it to the point that it dulls your fashion sense. Maybe. So in conclusion, my fashion sense is broken, right? Well, I guess it's fine since now I know the reason why. Akira pouted a bit, while Alpha was smiling teasingly at him. Isn't that fine? After all, every time you want to look at a beautiful girl, you can always look at me anytime, right? Akira smiled bitterly. He could not refute that. Kashua, who was with Cheryl up until now, suddenly approached Akira. Excuse me, would it be alright if I ask you a question? Sure, what is it? Excuse me for being rude, but may I know how much your budget is for today? It seems that your companion is worried about the price. If I know the budget, I might be able to adjust my recommendation accordingly. It seemed that Kashua thought Akira would be paying for Cheryl. Akira then glanced at Cheryl. She was staring seriously at the shoes in front of her. It seemed that she was really at loss on what to do. Akira thought for a bit and said, "Inform me if it costs more than 1,000,000 orum." Kashua froze for a bit when she heard that. 1,000,000 orum? Is that correct? Yes, I'll be paying with my hunter ID. If I have to pay with cash, I'll have to go for a bit to withdraw the money though. Please don't worry, we also accept payment through hunter ID. Just for confirmation, may I borrow your hunter ID? It was a common thing for hunters to lose their IDs during a fight in the old world ruin. But Kashua was actually asking Akira's hunter ID to confirm whether he could really pay that much. It showed just how much surprised she was since it was something that she would never do normally. After all, it was as if she was asking if Akira could really pay that much money. If she had asked that question to a short-tempered hunter, it would not be strange if that hunter got angered. Kashua suddenly realized that fact as she tried her best to keep calm and show a friendly smile to Akira. But Akira did not feel offended by it, and casually handed over his ID to Kashua. Kashua then used her information terminal to read Akira's hunter ID. When the result came out on her information terminal, she was so surprised that she froze. She then somehow returned back to her usual smile, and returned Akira's hunter ID. I'm sorry for bothering you so much. I'll recommend shoes that suit the aforementioned budget. Please do ask me if you have any questions. She then lightly bowed at Akira and left. Alpha then asked Akira, "Are you sure you're okay with that? She'll make you pay close to the upper limit of your budget, you know?" It's fine. I think Cheryl is buying shoes today as preparation so that she can sell relics that I entrusted to her at a better price, right? I think so. In that case, then this is a needed expense. If it will really help her sell the relics, then I have no complaints at all. And also, this is for confirming something. confirming something. I want to know how much she can change with 1 million orum and how I'll react to that. If I don't feel anything at all even after spending that much money, I have no plans to make any comment about fashion, nor spend too much money on fashion in the future. Akira thought that if even 1 million orum fashion did not give him any noticeable impression, then it only meant he really did not have any fashion sense at all. It'll also be affected by the fashion sense of the clerk in this shop though. Don't you think that there are too many unpredictable factors? If that happens, then it's my bad luck in choosing a weird shop. But I'm the one who picked this shop, you know. Well, that only means that my luck is so bad that we can't do anything about it even with your ability. Which also means that I really should give up on my fashion sense. Akira smiled lightly when he said that. Alpha looked exasperatedly at Akira, who suddenly decided to test his luck there. Although it was not something that might endanger his life, it might lower his evaluation of her ability. Alpha was pondering if she should do something about it. Kashua did not go to Cheryl after she talked with Akira. Instead, she went right to the back room only for employees. The moment she passed through the door, her business smile changed to a real smile. "Seelan, are you awake?" After Kashua said that, a young girl dragged herself out. "Wani-chan, you're too noisy. You do know that I worked all night yesterday, right?" Seelan looked annoyed as she stared at Kashua. But Kashua ignored her and said, "Get changed into something presentable and get out there. But it's your turn to watch the shop at this hour. You know? Just let me sleep, I'm really sleepy. Just do what I say quickly. And also, I've told you many times to call me Miss Manager, remember?" Geez. Although she seemed annoyed, Seelan did what she was told to. When Kashua saw that, she quickly went back to the shop. Cheryl was staring intensely on the shoes that Kashua recommended to her. Every time Kashua brought different shoes to her, the quality and the price of those shoes were getting lower and lower compared to the previous one. Since Kashua did not recommend any other shoes, Cheryl thought that there might be no cheaper shoes in that shop. Although Cheryl had enough money to pay for the shoes, those shoes were not good enough fit for her dress. But still, they were at least better than her current shoes. She still had to use the rest of her money for something else. So she was at a loss whether she should spend half of her current money for the shoes. Right when she was still pondering on what to do, Kashua came to her. She brought another pair of shoes to recommend to Cheryl. "If those don't suit your taste, then how about this?" Cheryl thought that Kashua brought cheaper shoes as she turned to her. But her expression quickly changed to bewilderment. The shoes that Kashua recommended looked obviously high class. There was no mistaking that it cost way more than all the other shoes that she had recommended up until now. It was understandable since she brought the most expensive shoes in her shop. Cheryl apologetically said to Kashua as a way to signal her that she wanted cheaper shoes. I'm really thankful for recommending these shoes to me, but it might be a tad too." Right when Cheryl was about to say too expensive, Kashua suddenly interrupted while still smiling at her. "I'm sorry that I might have overstepped my bounds, but I have asked your companion as to how much he's planning to spend today. We're really sorry for only recommending cheap shoes up until now." Cheryl looked even more confused. From Cheryl's reaction, Kashua thought that she was feeling apologetic for making Akira pay for an expensive pair of shoes. That was why Kashua then told Cheryl that it was not a big amount of money for Akira. After all, as a businesswoman, Kashua also had to respect Akira's wish to buy Cheryl that level of quality shoes. "Please wait for a bit here, I'll bring other shoes too." After she said that, Kashua placed the most expensive shoes in her shop on top of the table and took all the other cheap shoes off the table. She then bowed lightly to Cheryl before stepping away to replace those cheap shoes with the second most expensive shoes in her shop. Cheryl, who did not know what was going on, was staring at Kashua's back as she left that place. She then turned to Akira, who she thought should know what exactly was going on. Akira was browsing the apparel, and eventually found himself standing in front of the male underclothing section. Expensive-looking underclothings were lined up in front of him. Of course, those underclothings were way more expensive than the ones that he usually used. "Should I buy some underclothing too?" "I won't stop you, but I won't recommend wearing them under an augmented suit. Since it's not for hunters, I'm sure it'll get torn in no time." "Well, that's true. I guess it's better if I don't buy it then." Akira then placed the underclothing in his hand back to the rack. It seemed that there were no goods that might suit his needs. Putting that aside, Cheryl is staring at you, you know? He glanced at Cheryl to check on her. It seemed that she wanted him to return to her. Thus he decided to walk back to Cheryl. After Akira returned, Cheryl asked him what was going on and understood the situation. It was a good thing for Cheryl since it was hard to find the shoes that fit her needs with her current budget. But it was not like she could honestly feel happy about it either. Is it really okay? Yeah, like I said before, if it helps you sell the relics, then it's alright. There's no need to worry about it, just think of it as a small debt. You can just subtract it from the sales after you sell the relics. Cheryl smiled in relief. I understand. I'll take you up on your offer then. She already had a bunch of favors from Akira that she needed to repay. Thus it was easier for her if Akira himself made that request. Kashua returned with the second and third most expensive shoes in her shop. Seelan, who had finished changing her clothes, eventually dragged herself out, still looking extremely drowsy. Seelan tried to remember the prices of the shoes that were lined on top of the table. She then looked at Cheryl and Akira before glancing at Kashua while thinking, just because he looks like a hunter with a lot of money, aren't you a bit too excited? Well, I do understand your feeling though. Not all hunters had a lot of money or were willing to spend a lot of money. But from time to time, there were peculiar hunters who visited that shop. Some of them had their money perception distorted after getting lucky in the old world ruin and returning back with a lot of relics. Some of them spent so much money on their equipment that they did not mind spending money at all. These hunters showed less resistance when they had to pay expensive goods, and they were merchants' favorite customers. Because of that, all shops would encourage those hunters to spend as much money as possible when they were in that phase. Of course, that was leaving high-ranking hunters aside. As long as they did not look like they were going to die anytime soon, shops would treat them, hoping that they would do business with them for a long time. Kashua was also recommending all kinds of other things to Cheryl. Although Cheryl did not have to worry about the budget any longer, she still did not want to buy anything that she did not actually need. And also one more thing. It did not prevent her from being at a loss on which one to pick. Seelan scanned Cheryl's outlook. Leaving her shoes aside, Cheryl was using old world relics. But the size of her dress did not fit her, and it was obvious for anyone who worked in the fashion business. And now that she noticed it, Seelan could not shake her mind off from it. She then made a suggestion to Cheryl. Excuse me, if it's okay with you, I can readjust the size of your dress while you're browsing. Cheryl glanced at Seelan and then looked at her own dress. Akira suddenly asked a question. Is that okay? But then another person answered Akira's strange question with her own interpretation. Kashua smiled confidently as she said, I can reassure you that Seelan is very skilled in adjusting clothes. I'm sure you'll find her work satisfying. Seelan glanced at Kashua and sighed before she added, That dress is an old world dress, right? After I readjust an old world dress, it would be considered as a normal dress and its price would fall. If it's one of your assets, I would not recommend readjusting it. But if I may readjust its size, it would look better on you. After Seelan warned Cheryl and Akira of the downside of readjusting an old world dress, Kashua looked at Seelan. Whoa there, you're the one who offered it, so why would you say something that discourages them now? What will you do if they ask for compensation later? Because we didn't warn them. Or more like, isn't that your job as the manager to tell them that? Kashua and Seelan were still smiling while talking through telepathy. They had been stuck together for years after all, so they could more or less read each other's minds. Although Akira had given that dress to her, as a hunter who hunted for relics, it might still offend him. So Cheryl asked for Akira's opinion. Akira, what do you think? Well, it's your dress, so it's up to you what you want to with it. But that aside, what are you going to do about your clothing while she's readjusting that dress? Now that Akira mentioned it, Cheryl realized that point. The readjustment would take some time to finish, and even if she returned back to her base to change first, she did not have any other dress that she could wear to go to that shop. After all, it was unthinkable for her to go there with a slum city outfit. Of course, she had the choice of taking her measurement there and then asking Akira to send and retrieve her dress, but that would mean she would have to bother Akira again, and that was not preferable for her. In reality, Akira did not think that far when he said that. He was just simply asking the question that came up in his mind. Seelan then said to Cheryl, "If it's about that, I should be able to finish readjusting around the evening if I start now. While I'm doing that, you can browse and try the other clothes in this shop." Cheryl could not decide, so she asked Akira again. Is it okay if I ask you to wait with me until it's finished?" "Sure. I have no other plans for today anyway." "Thank you very much." Cheryl smiled as she thanked Akira and asked Seelan to readjust her dress. After she let Seelan take her measurement, she handed over all her clothes except for her undergarments to Seelan. She then tried all the clothes that Kashua recommended. Cheryl would ask for Akira's opinion every time she put on a new set of clothes. Akira was only sitting on a chair while waiting for Cheryl's dress to finish. Although Cheryl asked about his opinion again and again, he only gave a dull reaction every single time. Akira had no confidence in his own fashion sense. Cheryl knew that very well since that one time when she went to Higuraka residence ruin with him. Because of that, she did not really get bothered by Akira's dull reaction as she kept enjoying herself showing her dresses to him and asking for his opinion. Of course, she planned to buy any clothes that incited a reaction from Akira. Kashua received a message from Seelan through her information terminal. She then excused herself and went to Seelan's place. Seelan, who had finished the preparation to readjust Cheryl's dress, was staring at it while waiting for Kashua. It did not take long for Kashua to come. Seeing how Seelan had not started yet, Kashua, who thought that Seelan would have already started, lightly scolded her. "Seelan, is there any problem? You haven't even started working on that dress?" Seelan calmly replied, "I've finished the preparation and I'm about to start. But there's one thing that I want to ask first." "What is it?" "They're waiting for it, so make sure to finish it fast." "How much should I ask for readjusting this dress?" Kashua looked confused since Seelan asked a strange question. "How much do you ask?" "Of course, as much as you need for adjusting that dress, isn't that obvious?" Seelan hummed for a bit and then rephrased her question. "My bad, that was a poor way to say it. After adding the prices of everything that he is going to buy, does he have any extra money to pay for this adjustment? Wait, maybe it's the other way around. After subtracting the cost of this adjustment, does he have extra money in his budget to pay for the other stuff?" Kashua looked like she was caught off guard. "He did say to tell him if it's over 1 million orum at most you only charge about 300,000 orum for readjusting dresses, right? I'm planning to make him spend the rest of his budget though. Seelan, how much are you planning to charge him?" "If there's no limit on his budget, I'm planning to ask for 1,500,000 orum." Kashua was surprised since Seelan asked for 5 times more than what she was expecting, but she quickly snapped back to reality and flusteredly asked Seelan, "Ha! 1,500,000 orum? You must be kidding, right?" "I'm not kidding, that's why I called you here. I can still stop here. You should tell them and ask them whether they want to choose to only adjust the dress or are they willing to go beyond their budget to make the readjustment and pay for their shopping as well. It's your job to talk with the customers after all." No, wait for a sec, why do you need that much money in the first place? You already made a rough prediction when you offered to readjust that dress, right? "That is where I made a mistake. I can only say that I made a bad prediction back there. This dress is made of a way better fabric than I expected. So I need better fabric and a more complicated technique to readjust its size. I have no plans to sell my skill cheaply, you know? Especially after seeing her undergarment, that thing is a high-quality undergarment." "How much do you predict it cost?" "It's just my guess, but it should at least cost about 10,000 orum. That isn't too expensive though. My undergarment is still way more expensive than that." "I said at least. Depending on your luck, it might cost you more than 1 million orum." Kashua looked obviously surprised. "You're joking, right?" Seelan annoyedly replied, "I never joke when it comes to fashion. In order to make a precise prediction, I need to check the quality of its fabric, its elasticity and smoothness, and if it has an old world logo on it. That's why I can't say for sure. But if it's one of those superior quality undergarments that would even cause a fight among those people who are sitting on the top, it would be nothing strange if it costs more than 1 million orum or maybe even a few chrome." Seelan made a serious face when she said that. Clothes that were sold in Chrome were on a completely different level compared to the clothes in that shop. Of course, Kashua thought that Seelan only mentioned that as an example, and it was not like Cheryl's undergarment actually cost that much. But since Seelan even brought up that example, she could not help but think that Cheryl's undergarment must be quite expensive. Even Kashua could understand that much. Can you, check it more closely? Do you really think I can just ask our customer for permission to check her undergarment closely, just because we want to know how much it costs, although it has nothing to do with readjusting this dress at all? And in the first place, it's your job as the manager to ask that if you really want to know. Kashua panicked. She thought that Cheryl was only a potential customer. But now it seemed that she needed to be extra careful handling Cheryl. How exactly does someone with that cheap shoes get her hands on something so expensive? Maybe she received that as a gift. That would also explain why the dress is not of her size too. The person who gave her this dress and her undergarments might be that hunter who is with her. He might have found them in an old world ruin. And since he didn't find any shoes, they're here to buy shoes. Well, it's all just my guess though. If it still bothers you, you should ask him. That would explain everything though. The real problem is whether that hunter knew the worth of that undergarment when he gave it to her or not. In case if he knew, then I can't afford to mess up readjusting this dress. Although we did warn them that it'll reduce the worth of this dress, I'm sure there's a limit on how much reduction is acceptable. There's no mistaking it that its worth will get reduced from an old world dress into just a high quality dress. Of course, I'll give nothing but my best effort. But I'll need a special technique to work with this fabric. And that'll cost more than usual. So it's whether he knew the real worth of his gift when he gave them, huh? It seems that you think that he does though. Is there any reason for that? If he knew, then that'll explain why he's expecting to pay about 1 million orum for the shoes. Everything makes sense if that's the case. But it's up to you if you want to consider the other possibility. Kashua actually agreed with Seelan's opinion. If that hunter knew the real worth of that dress and came here to buy a few shoes suitable for that dress, it would indeed cost him around 1 million orum. She suddenly realized something there. Wait for a sec. I'm the one who will have to confirm that and ask if he's willing to pay more, right? Well, that's your job. Good luck, just tell me if they've made their decision. But if they decide not to do the adjustment, I'll come with you to apologize too. Although Seelan's voice was neutral, she was actually pushing the problem to Kashua. Somewhere in her expression, she did look like she felt sorry about that. Kashua placed both of her hands on her head as she walked back to Cheryl and Akira. Rebuild World Chapter 89 Near Miss. Cheryl was changing into her next dress inside a changing room as Akira was just waiting while sitting on a chair. That was when Kashua approached him with a slightly pale face. She thought that it might be better to wait for Cheryl, but since it should be no problem as long as the one paying was okay with it, she decided to go straight to Akira. Since it would only get harder the more she waited, it was better to just go ahead and out with it. After all, the more she waits, the readjustment will take more time to finish. Kashua made her resolve and spoke to Akira. Excuse me, there's something I need to ask. After listening to her explanation, Akira did not take too long to make a decision. All right. I'll pay that extra 1,500,000 orum above the initial 1 million orum. He did not show much reaction when he said that he would pay the extra 1,500,000 orum. Although Kashua was surprised by it, she was barely able to maintain her usual expression. But since it did catch her by surprise, she inadvertently asked for a confirmation. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yeah, I'm not an expert in readjusting clothing, so if you tell me that's how much it would take, I bet that's really how much it would take. It's basically like fitting equipment, so I have no plans to get a bad result just so that I can pay less, not to mention that I want to see it in its perfect condition. So I'll leave it to you. It's okay if I leave it to you, right? Of course. Kashua was able to completely hide her surprise as she said that to Akira with a smile full of confidence. She fully trusted Seelan's skill. If that was not the case, she would have recommended Akira to decline her offer. But even though she was confident of Seelan's skill, it took everything she had to hide her nervousness. Akira did not notice that at all as he said to Kashua, "Well, I'll leave it to you then." With pleasure, Please let me excuse myself to tell Seelan to start readjusting the dress. Kashua was about to head back to Seelan, but she remembered something and asked Akira. Excuse me, you did say that it's something like your equipment. May I ask you how much you spent on your equipment? Although we handle a different kind of clothing, I couldn't help but wonder. Akira did say that fixing Cheryl's dress was something like making maintenance for his equipment. So Kashua thought that she should be able to gauge how much Akira was willing to spend this time from asking how much he spent on his own equipment. Akira did not notice Kashua's intention as he casually replied. This? Well, I bought this suit as a combo with some of the other stuff too. So I don't think you can use it as a reference, you know? People buy accessories and shoes to fit their dress, so I believe it's not that much different. So if I may, I want to know how much you paid in total. In that case, it was 80 million orum. As I thought, Hunter's equipment does cost way more than usual apparel. Well then, please let me excuse myself to tell Seelan to start her work. Kashua lightly bowed at Akira while hiding her grin before returning back to Seelan. The reason why she was barely able to avoid getting herself frozen when she heard Akira's answer was because of her disposition as a businesswoman. When she went back to Seelan, she quickly told her to get started with the readjustment. Seelan, I got confirmation. He said he'll pay the extra 1,500,000 orum, so you can start your work. Okay, by the way, how did you convince him to pay more? Seelan thought that even if Kashua was able to get a confirmation in the end, it would at least take her some time to convince Akira. But not only was she back way sooner than Seelan thought, she even got Akira's affirmation. Seelan knew that Kashua was not that skillful, so she wondered what kind of technique she used. Although that remark from Seelan sounded as if she was a scammer, Kashua just ignored it as she quickly replied. When I told him about the situation, he didn't hesitate to make that decision. And when I asked him how much he spent on his equipment, he said he paid 80 million orum, you know? No wonder he didn't bat an eyelash when he decided to pay for that extra 1,500,000 orum. 80 million orum. Good grief, a healthy hunter does earn a huge amount of money. Miss Manager, can you go and seduce him? Don't be stupid and do your job. We did boast that we're a shop which specializes in readjusting clothing, and that we're worth paying 1,500,000 orum, so I expect nothing less than perfect. You don't even need to tell me that. I won't hold back. Then Seelan started her work with a big smile and a serious face that showed her pride in her own skill. As time passed by, Cheryl had tried a lot of clothes, but she had not decided to buy anything yet. She must have her reasons as to why she did that, but the biggest reason might be because none of them incited any particular reaction from Akira. Kashua, who was always standing near Akira and Cheryl, slowly noticed that too. Thus she made a suggestion to Akira. Excuse me, would you like to try picking clothes for your companion? Me? Yes. I believe she'll be happy too if you do that. Kashua thought that if it was something that Akira picked, Cheryl would definitely want to buy it. Well, even if you tell me so. Since Akira had no confidence in his fashion sense at all, he did not think it was a good idea. But Cheryl, who heard that, seemed to be interested in that idea. Akira will pick my clothing for me. Cheryl looked at Akira with eyes full of hope, which made it hard for him to refuse her. But to be honest, Akira did not think he could pick anything good. Looking at the troubled Akira, Alpha just giggled and offered help. Should I do it for you then? Although, I can't say for sure if I'll do a good job since I'm not really knowledgeable with all the clothes in this shop. Are you sure you're okay with that? I'm the one who chose this shop after all. So let's see if my choice can defeat your bad luck or not. Now that you mention it, I did say something like that too. Akira decided to completely rely on Alpha to pick Cheryl's clothing. He then looked back at Cheryl, who was staring at him with hopeful eyes. Well, I'll go and pick something, just wait here for a bit. I'll be looking forward to it while waiting. Cheryl smiled happily at him. Although, in reality, Akira was not the one who was picking clothing for her, she had no way of knowing that. She was so happy since she thought that Akira would do that for her. Akira browsed through all the articles in that shop. Even though from outside it looked as if he was only randomly glancing through the clothes in the displays and racks, it was enough for Alpha to scan all the clothes there. But of course, Kashua, who did not know that, looked a bit surprised by how Akira was behaving. He already made a round through that shop. But Alpha had not picked anything yet, and he found that strange. You didn't find anything good? Nope. That was only to check all the clothes in this shop so that I can make a good combination. I'll tell you which one to pick, so carry them when I tell you, okay? Okay. Akira followed Alpha's instruction as he went and picked a set of clothing complete with the shoes before he returned to Cheryl and handed them over to her. Cheryl then went back to the changing room to try the clothing that Akira, or to be more precise, Alpha, picked for her. After she finished changing, she stepped out from the changing room and bashfully asked for Akira's opinion. How do I look? Rather than focusing more on showing the cuteness of a girl of her age, it was a beautiful dress that gave off innocence or pure feeling. It also had an opening on its back that showed a bit of Cheryl's girly charm. Her already beautiful figure made that dress look even more attractive. Cheryl, who was clad in that dress, looked bashful as her cheeks turned reddish. It gave off a conflicting impression of cuteness and loveliness compared to the mature-like dress that she was previously wearing. Kashua could not help but to give genuine praise. It looks really good on you. Kashua also gave Akira a compliment inside her heart. Other than the fact that all of those clothes that Akira picked were relatively cheap articles in that shop, she had no complaints at all. But also because of that, it was hard for her to recommend something more expensive right after that. Alpha smiled smugly and asked Akira, "How's it? It's pretty good, isn't it?" "Well, I think it's better than all the other clothing until now." "You don't look that excited though. Do you have any complaints or something?" "Even if you tell me so. Just like you said, I might have gotten used to this kind of thing because of the clothes that you usually use. And also, to be honest, I like your current clothes more." In order to increase her likability, Alpha's appearance was actually adjusted to Akira's preference, so it was not surprising at all. Not to mention, all of Alpha's clothes were high-class clothes. Thus, it was rather unfair to compare that to Cheryl's clothes. Alpha just smiled bitterly as she said to him, "Well, at least I know that you think the clothes I picked are better than what that clerk recommended. I guess I'll settle with that for now. It seems that compared to your bad luck, my skill still has the upper hand." "What are you even talking about?" Akira exasperatedly replied to Alpha, but of course, he did not show that on his face. Cheryl was still waiting for Akira's opinion. Since Akira was the one who picked it for her, he carefully chose his words. "I do think it looks pretty good on you. What do you think?" "I like it quite a lot." "I see. I'm glad to hear that." "Yes, thank you very much for picking this wonderful dress for me." Cheryl looked overjoyed as she thanked Akira. Akira and Cheryl then sat on a chair and were talking to each other to spend time. Cheryl, who was still wearing the dress that Akira picked for her, looked extremely delighted. She looked both mature and a bit childish from the other people's point of view. They still had some time until Seelan finished adjusting Cheryl's dress. Since Akira had paid for the bill, he actually could spend time outside the shop and return back later. But for Cheryl, Seelan asked her to stay in the shop in case she needed her for basting or other fine adjustments. In order to get nothing less than perfect adjustment, Cheryl obediently followed Seelan's request to stay in the shop. So Akira also decided to stay in that shop to accompany Cheryl. While they were waiting, Akira also finished discussing about the things related to their next expedition to Higuraka Residence Ruin. Unlike what he had expected, Cheryl quickly agreed with his offer to regularly go to gather relics. But after their discussion, there were a lot of changes compared to before. One of the big changes was related to the ownership of the relics. All of the gathered relics would be owned by Akira. Cheryl and her gang would then sell them and get 50% of the profit from the sales. As for how to sell them, it was all up to Cheryl and her gang. It also applied to the relics that they had gathered last time. Just to be sure. Akira then asked Cheryl again. "Well, it might be strange to ask you this since I'm the one who came up with it, but a lot of things happened last time, so are you really okay with that?" Cheryl and her gang had gone through a lot of stuff the previous time they went out to the wasteland. Not only did they get attacked by a swarm of monsters, one of the hunters that were together with them also attacked them. But even so, Cheryl accepted his offer with a straight face, and that made Akira a bit worried. But her smile did not change at all as she replied, "Yes, it's a good offer for us too. Moreover, if anything happens, you would save us again just like last time, right? Cheryl was bashful when she said that. Rather than remembering the dangerous experiences that she had gone through, her mind was filled with how cool Akira was when he saved her. Although the scene that she remembered was not that far from what actually happened, it was still a bit exaggerated by Cheryl's own imagination. Akira thought that the last expedition was a failure. That was why he made a serious expression as he said to Cheryl, "Yeah, since I took in the request, I'll do better next time." Cheryl looked immensely content. It sounded as if Akira was serious about protecting her, but of course she herself knew that it was a bit of overstatement from her side. In that case, there should be no problem. Actually, I was thinking of making this request to you, but I was unsure whether you would agree to it. Is that so? Well, I'm okay if you're fine with it. There was actually something that still bothered Akira, but since he was the one who came with that offer in the first place, he decided not to press the question. Cheryl and Akira then continued talking to each other to kill time. But suddenly Akira felt like he had forgotten about something. So he asked Alpha for confirmation. "Alpha, am I forgetting something?" "Forgetting something? I don't think you're forgetting anything though. You've talked with Cheryl about that offer and I don't think you have any fixed plan after this. And it's not like there's anything that you need to immediately prepare for." "Is it only my feeling? I feel like there's something. If I have to say something, you had only prepared yourself to go out to the wasteland assuming that there are no bounty monsters. So if you have any plans to go out to the wasteland anytime soon, you'll have to readjust your supply in case if you accidentally come across one of the bounty monsters. But you have no plans to go out anytime soon, right?" "Ah, that's it." Although that was not what Akira was looking for since Alpha mentioned it, it piqued his interest. He might have to go out to the wasteland soon because of some kind of reason. After all, Akira knew well about his own bad luck. "Yep, that does bother me. I guess it's better if I prepare myself when I have the chance." "You're really a worrywart." "Well, there's nothing bad from getting yourself well prepared though." Akira then told Cheryl that he would leave her for a bit. "Cheryl, I just remembered that I had to do something, so I'll leave for a bit. You just wait here and contact me if you need anything." "If it's something that I can help with, I would like to help too." "No, I'm okay with going alone. I'm going to buy ammo and stuff, so it's faster if I go alone since I have this augmented suit." "I see, alright then. I'll contact you if anything happens." Cheryl looked slightly disappointed as she saw Akira off. After Akira left her alone, she started to regain her calm as she realized that she was a bit too excited until now. She took a deep breath to calm herself. By pure coincidence, she saw a mirror in front of her. She stared at her own reflection on that mirror, then stood up and took a pose in front of it. She could not help but start smiling again when she did that. She was actually confirming her own appearance, which she had polished in order to get the upper hand during a negotiation. By looking at her reflection, she could understand how she looked in others' eyes. Although Cheryl stood in front of that mirror for that sake at first, it slowly shifted to her enjoying the dress that Akira had chosen for her. When she looked at herself smiling in front of that mirror, she quickly snapped back and returned her expression to normal in panic. Now that she had calmed down, Cheryl went back to her chair and started thinking about her plans for the future. To be more precise, how to sell the relics. She had to get as much money as possible out of those relics for Akira's sake too. Thus she seriously thought about what she should do to sell those relics. Kashua noticed another group of customers entering into her shop, and she quickly welcomed them. Her new customers were a group of 3. A lightly armed young hunter boy and 2 girls. Kashua scanned their outer looks and recognized them as customers. Or at least there was no need to kick them out from her shop. She then welcomed them with a big smile. "Thank you very much for coming to our shop. How can we help you today?" When Kashua spoke to them, one of the girls who was overwhelmed by the impression given by her shop twitched in surprise, so the other girl decided to step up and replied to Kashua. We just want to look around for clothes and other stuff, is that okay?" "Of course. I'll be nearby. If you have any question, or if there's anything that interests you, feel free to call me." Those girls then walked into the shop, while the boy followed behind. He looked really tired as he mumbled, "Say, can we take a rest for a bit? And we've been looking around for a while and you girls haven't even bought a thing. You know? Is there really a need for me to be here to carry your stuff? It was obvious that the girl's mood soured. It was true that they planned to buy new clothing, but since they were on a limited budget, they had to carefully choose their clothes. Moreover, both of them planned to show their new clothing to that boy. The reason why they had not bought anything was because that boy gave nothing but a dull reaction every time they showed the clothes that they picked. Just shut up and follow us. You promised us to accompany us for the whole day today, remember? Since it was rather embarrassing if they had to be honest with him, the girl hid her embarrassment by scolding that boy. That boy did not notice the girl's real feelings at all as he dragged his legs behind them. I know. But Yamina, putting me aside, I think Eri is getting tired too. You know? I'm not. Eri quickly interjected. Yamina smiled and replied. There, you heard her right, Katsuya. So stop complaining and come here. Okay. I should have brought lighter equipment since it's not like we're going to the wasteland, huh? In order to protect Yamina and Eri, who were only wearing normal clothes, Katsuya thought that he should bring some weapons and decided to carry pretty heavy equipment with him. It was too late for him to regret that. Kashua's new customers were none other than Katsuya, Eri, and Yamina. Although Katsuya helped Yamina and Eri choose clothes at first, he made an excuse saying that he was tired and was able to break away from them. After Yamina and Eri complained and told him to return after taking a short rest, Katsuya was looking for a place to sit down. He then caught a glimpse of a table inside that shop and went to take a seat on one of the chairs around it. He noticed that someone else was sitting on a different chair near that table. So he asked for permission. Is it okay if I sit here? Sure, go ahead. It was Cheryl. She smiled at Katsuya as she gave him her permission. Katsuya, who was about to take a seat without waiting for Cheryl's permission, suddenly stopped. He was smitten by Cheryl the moment he looked at her. Cheryl was still wearing that dress which gave off a mature aura. Katsuya, who saw that, felt like Cheryl was on a whole different world compared to him. If someone told him that she was a young lady from the inner district who was visiting the outside of the wall, he would have believed without questioning it. Katsuya was rather famous among the young hunters in Drankum. Because of that, he was extremely popular among the young girls in Drankum, and that caused his evaluation for girls to be extremely strict. But even so, he was smitten when he saw Cheryl. Katsuya's evaluation of Cheryl, who was clad in that high-class dress, was completely different compared to the other girls around him. It was even enough to get him enamored. From his point of view, her appearance was simply destructively beautiful. Cheryl tilted her head since Katsuya was frozen still. Are you not going to take a seat? Yeah, right. Katsuya quickly snapped back to reality as he flusteredly took a seat. Cheryl then looked away from Katsuya and returned back thinking about her plan. But she could feel Katsuya staring at her, so she decided to stop there. If Katsuya said something, Cheryl would normally reply to him. But he was only staring at her without saying anything. Thus, she decided to say something first, thinking that it could not be helped. Looking at his equipment, it was easy to notice that Katsuya was a hunter. While also killing time until Akira returned, she decided to extract any info that she could from a hunter who had enough resources to visit that shop. Cheryl threw a smile at Katsuya. Are you here with your friends today? Oe? Yes, I am. Katsuya was only able to flusteredly reply when Cheryl suddenly spoke to him. He was actually in the middle of thinking of any subject that he could use to strike a conversation with her. But since Cheryl caught him completely off guard, everything that was inside his mind suddenly vanished. Do you come here often? Here? Well, I was actually accompanying Yamina and Eri looking for clothes and we somehow ended up in this shop. Shops around these areas look expensive, so I don't really come here a lot, but that Yamina and Eri, I wonder if they have enough money? Wait, they haven't bought anything yet, so I guess it's fine, huh? Katsuya was so nervous that he started saying things that Cheryl did not ask about. But even so, Cheryl kept on staring at him while still smiling. Since there was a beautiful girl staring at him, Katsuya tried to hide his embarrassment by laughing. While on the other hand, Yamina and Eri were going around the shop, browsing the clothes. Yamina took a cloth from a rack that interested her. She then checked the design and thought that it was pretty good. But after checking the price tag, she returned it back to the rack and inadvertently said, "Yikes, so expensive." That shop was selling high-class clothes by the lower district standard. And of course high-quality clothes would cost a lot of money. It was not like Yamina could not pay for those clothes, but she needed extra courage to use that much money. It might be a good reward for a hunter who worked hard every single day. Yamina thought so, but if she bought it, used it, showed it to Katsuya, and Katsuya thought that it did not look good on her, there was no mistaking that she would get depressed. So she decided to try it and show it to Katsuya first, but she could not find him around. Yamina then grumbled. Katsuya is not back yet? He's taking too long, good grief, what exactly is he doing? Katsuya had made a mistake the other day that caused him to almost fight against Akira, and of course Yamina and Eri were also roped into that incident. As an apology, Katsuya promised that he would accompany them for the whole day today. Eri, who was with Yamina, then said, "I'll go look for him. Pretty please." Eri then left Yamina to look for Katsuya. It did not take long before she returned alone. Yamina, who expected Eri to return back with Katsuya, tilted her head in confusion. Where's Katsuya? Eri was an expressionless girl. But that one time, she looked obviously grumpy as she answered Yumina's question. Hitting on a girl. Ha! Eri's bad mood also infected Yamina. Rebuild World Chapter 90 Katsuya and That Special Girl. Katsuya talked about a lot of things with Cheryl. To be more precise, there was an obvious inclination in the subject of their conversation. They mostly talked about things related to Katsuya, like his story when he went to an old world ruin or when he went on a monster extermination request, or about the gang that he belonged to, Drankum. Katsuya thought that Cheryl was someone from the inner wall from the dress she was wearing. It was not rare for people from the inner wall to go out with some paid escorts. There were a lot of those escorts gathered in the big building sticking to the wall where the huge hunter office was located. The area around that building was considerably safer, although it was still considered as a part of the lower district. Thus, it was pretty safe for people from the inner wall to walk around that area. At first, Katsuya thought that the violence-filled daily life of a hunter would be a boring story for someone like Cheryl. But since it seemed that Cheryl was listening closely to his story, he continued to keep telling stories about his life as a hunter. Katsuya felt very comfortable talking with Cheryl. Not only was she a beautiful girl that would listen closely to his rather boastful story, but she would even occasionally praise him right when he was expecting it. And when he told an unpleasant story or complained, Cheryl would look concerned and sympathize with his story, as well as praising his will to get over that problem. Katsuya was drowned in the mood as he kept talking with her. But Cheryl thought something was strange with Katsuya's story. Katsuya was quite a handsome boy. It could be said that his face was above average. If he was working a job where he had to serve customers, it would definitely attract a lot of girls. If his story was correct, he was a skilled young hunter and one of the best hunters in Drankum. Since he worked himself so hard to be able to help his other fellow gang members, it could be inferred that he kept his friends dear. In short, he was a good-looking young hunter with skill and good personality. Cheryl's impression, opinion and intuition evaluated Katsuya highly. And the other side of Cheryl, the part of her that coldly and rationally evaluated her opponent and continuously thought of ways to use that information to get the upper hand during a negotiation, also evaluated Katsuya highly. But compared to her intuition, it was relatively low. To be more precise, her intuition actually over-evaluated Katsuya. Thus there was an obvious gap between that and her logical and calm evaluation of him. That was the cause of Cheryl's weird feeling. Although she did feel that there was something strange in her own evaluation of Katsuya, she did not let it show in her face as she kept her smile while talking to him. While she was keeping that up, it encouraged her further to evaluate him even more highly. Cheryl unconsciously thought that there was no mistaking it. Katsuya was indeed a skilled young hunter. Making a connection with that kind of hunter would be beneficial for her gang. Before she even realized it, she started imagining inviting him for a meal and walking hand in hand through the lower district in order to deepen their connection. In her imagination, she pictured herself walking happily linking arms with Katsuya like a lover. That scene felt so heartwarming. Then she pictured Akira coming from the opposite direction. Their eyes met, but Akira did not change his expression at all as he simply turned back and cut his ties with her. When Cheryl returned back to reality, her face had already turned stiff. Her body was frozen out of fear. But she quickly recovered as she reminded herself that it was only her imagination and not reality. But it was not like her nervousness and shivers immediately stopped. Cheryl tried to calm herself by taking short breaths since her heart was beating really fast. Katsuya, who noticed Cheryl's expression, worriedly asked her, "Are you okay?" Cheryl looked at Katsuya again. All of her baseless good evaluation of him had completely vanished. Her feeling was telling her that the young hunter in front of her was simply a promising young hunter. It was the same evaluation that her rational side was telling her. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Once she calmed down, she then tried to dodge the subject. "I'm all right. I'm sorry to make you worry." "What's wrong? Did I say something that bothers you?" "No, it's just that as I was listening to your story, it somehow reminded me of a traumatic memory when I got attacked by monsters in the wasteland. I'm sorry that I made you worry." Katsuya worriedly asked her, "Were you all right? Did you get injured?" "I was fine. The hunter escorting me saved me, so I was able to survive the attack without any wound. As I thought, a skilled hunter like Katsuya-san is really reliable." Cheryl smiled while observing Katsuya. He seemed a bit bashful as he smiled. It seemed that she was able to completely dodge the subject. "Escort hunter, huh? If you ever need an escort again, you can come to me any dash. Katsuya, to think that you would leave us to hit on another girl like this." Yamaina appeared from behind Katsuya. She was smiling, but her smile was obviously projecting out anger. When Yamaina scolded him, Katsuya remembered that he was there to accompany Eri and Yamaina. And at the same time, he also realized that he had forgotten Yamaina and Eri as he was talking with Cheryl. Katsuya flusteredly stood up from his seat and tried to calm Yamaina while holding her with both his hands. "Yamaina, Eri, it's not like what you think. It's a misunderstanding." Yamaina cornered Katsuya further while still smiling. "A misunderstanding? I see a misunderstanding, huh? Then I'm sure you'll give me a good explanation later, right?" Katsuya looked at Eri, who was beside Yamaina, asking for her help. But Eri only looked back at him with no emotion. Cheryl could quickly understand that Eri and Yamaina were Katsuya's acquaintances from their exchange. She then stood up from her seat and lightly bowed to Yamaina and Eri. "I'm really sorry. I was so interested in Katsuya-san's story that I insisted him to keep going. Did I hold him back from some kind of promise?" Yamaina and Eri were so focused on Katsuya that they did not place much attention on Cheryl before. But Yamaina was surprised when she looked at Cheryl. "What a beautiful girl. That dress is also really pretty. Seems really expensive. I wonder if only people like this would shop in this boutique. Are we actually in the wrong place?" Yamaina ended up staring at Cheryl. She then realized that the beautiful girl in front of her had apologized to her. She got flustered for some reason as she replied back, "I see. Well, no, it's not like we had a promise or something. It's just that he said he would only take a short rest before returning back. So I was just wondering what happened since he didn't come back after quite some time. We were just talking about Katsuya-san's experience as a hunter. To be honest, I didn't feel like he tried to flirt with me. Or was it only my imagination, and you were actually trying to flirt with me?" Cheryl smiled mischievously as she directed that question to Katsuya. Katsuya shook his head in panic. "No, I didn't mean it that way at all. You know?" In truth, Katsuya did not mean to flirt at all. But even so, although he did not do it intentionally, there were many girls who approached him after he said something which invited such misunderstanding. So he could not be sure that he did not say anything that would have caused such misunderstanding and ended his sentence as a pseudo-question. After all, since he really enjoyed talking with Cheryl, he felt that he might have said something that he should not without realizing it. That was why he could not give a straight answer to that question. Cheryl then smiled to Yamaina. "Are you Katsuya-san's girlfriend?" "Girlfriend? No, I'm not his girlfriend though." Yamaina was embarrassed and happy at the same time since Cheryl thought that she was Katsuya's girlfriend. Her voice was getting feeble when she answered Cheryl's question. "Then, is the girl next to you Katsuya-san's girlfriend?" "No." Eri's long silence ended up with a no. Although she was still emotionless, her cheeks slightly turned red. "I see. Since both Yumina-san and Eri-san's names came up a lot in Katsuya-san's story, I thought that one of you is his girlfriend. If I did something that bothers you, I apologize. Since Cheryl sounded apologetic, Yamina was only able to flusteredly reply back. And no, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. If Katsuya really did say something to Cheryl that caused such misunderstanding, Yamina was really happy to know that. That was also the case for Eri too. Yamina and Eri's mood suddenly turned for the better with that single exchange. Katsuya blushed a little as he wondered if he really said something like that to Cheryl. But looking at the smiling Cheryl and blushing Eri and Yamina, it quickly slipped off his mind. It was true that he did share a little about Eri and Yamina, but to be able to make a guess that they were his girlfriend only from what he said, it would require a lot of imagination. Cheryl kept smiling while still looking at the three of them. Seelan suddenly came out and asked Cheryl for help with her dress adjustment. Excuse me to bother you, but can I ask for your help for a bit? Of course, please excuse me. Cheryl lightly bowed to Katsuya, Eri and Yamina before she followed Seelan. The mood was a bit awkward between those that were left there, so they decided to return back to browsing clothing. Yamina remembered about Cheryl while she was picking clothes. From her point of view, Cheryl's dress looked very refined. She was looking for a similar dress in that shop. And right when she thought of that, Kashua was standing next to them while looking at them. Can I ask something? About the dress that the girl who was sitting over there was wearing. Are you interested in that dress? That dress set is all from this shop. You can get the same set if you want to, so how about it? It was true that Katsuya reacted positively to that dress. So if she used the same dress, it might increase his evaluation of her. As she thought so, Yamina accepted Kashua's offer. Yes, please. Me too. Oh. Eri, who was listening to their conversation, suddenly jumped in. Of course. Kashua smiled as she said that. Although that dress set was not an expensive set available in that shop, if she could sell 3 sets of that dress, it would fetch her quite a lot of profit. She gleefully proceeded to fetch the articles that Eri and Yamina asked. Kashua quickly prepared the dress set and handed them over to Yamina and Eri. Yamina and Eri immediately tried them on. They then looked at their own reflection on a mirror before showing it to Katsuya. Katsuya looked at both of them and frowned. It's not bad at all, but... His reaction was bland, but that was not enough to sour Yamina and Eri's mood. They both looked at their own reflections on the mirror, glanced at each other and mumbled. It's true that it's not bad. Not bad. To be honest, it was quite decent. In fact, they looked pretty good and all of them agreed about that. But Cheryl, who was wearing the exact same dress, looked way better. Way more beautiful. They could not help but compare themselves with Cheryl. Even Kashua could not say that they looked good in that dress even if it was only for lip service. If it didn't satisfy you, how about changing the upper half into something else? I'll bring something that might look good on both of you. Yes, please. Me too. Very well. Kashua smiled as she left and picked some dress for Eri and Yamina. Of course, she chose more and more expensive articles for her recommendation. After they finished paying for their dress, Yamina, Eri and Katsuya sat on a table inside that shop to take a quick rest. In the end, they bought a completely different dress set than what Cheryl was wearing. All of it was packed in an expensive-looking box to make sure that they would not wrinkle. Katsuya then threw a question to Yamina and Eri. So then what's your next plan? Are we going to another shop? This is the last shop. We did use all our budget here. Me too, it was expensive. In order to have Katsuya accompany them browsing through a lot of shops, Yamina and Eri were planning to be frugal with their budget, but they ended up spending all of it in that shop. But with that being said, they did not regret spending their money there. After all, as long as they got a positive reaction from Katsuya, they were all happy with that. Katsuya looked tired as he said, I see. In that case, let's go to a nearby restaurant and take a rest there while having a meal. There should be some good restaurant around this place. Let's do that, but let's take a rest here for a bit more. Me too. I'm tired. Both Eri and Yamina were hunters. Their job included strolling through the wasteland with heavy equipment and fighting monsters. To be honest, they were confident with their physical stamina, but that was not the case for their mental resilience. After buying dresses that were way more expensive than they usually bought, Eri and Yamina were mentally drained. After all, it would be a huge disaster if they were not careful and got their expensive dress torn. Katsuya turned his attention to the direction where Cheryl went. Kashua, who was standing in the same direction, thought that Katsuya was calling for her. "Do you need me?" No, I just thought that Cheryl went that way. So I was wondering what she was doing. If it's about that girl. We're readjusting one of her dresses. Kashua was unsure as to how much information could be given to Katsuya, but she then decided to give him that short answer. Yamina, who was listening to them, seemed interested in that subject as she joined in. Readjusting? Yes, other than selling high-quality clothing, we can also refit them. If you have any dresses that need readjusting, please by all means come to us. Well, I am interested, but isn't that usually expensive? Since it's readjusting an already finished dress, I can only say that it depends on the dress. But our professional fitter will give nothing less than perfect. I can guarantee that you'll find it satisfying. Kashua gave her best smile when she said that. Even Yamina always desired a custom-fit dress like that. But buying a dress set in that shop already took a huge chunk of her money. Her expression changed as she calculated the gap between reality and her dream. Cheryl returned back after some time. There were 4 chairs around the table that Katsuya and his friends were sitting. So one of them was still empty, but Cheryl did not want to interrupt their conversation. Thus she chose to sit on another table. Katsuya, who noticed that, invited Cheryl to sit together with them. Although she refused at first, she eventually gave up. She lightly bowed and took that seat. Katsuya could not help but start smiling. Yamina looked at Cheryl. From Cheryl's outer appearance, Yamina thought that she was a lady from a rich family. Both her smile and her dress gave off a refined feeling, as if they were living in a whole different world. It somehow made Yamina lose her confidence. She's not only beautiful, she's just too different from me. Katsuya was rather popular among the girls around his age in Drankum. Because of that, there were many girls who had romantic feelings toward him, and that included Yamina. But even among all those girls around him, none of them was like Cheryl. Yamina thought that difference came from the fact that she was a girl who went to the wasteland with weapons on a daily basis, while Cheryl was a girl from the inner wall who was blessed with prosperity. But that was a huge misunderstanding. The reason why Yamina felt that much difference was because of something else. Cheryl's smile was nothing more than her weapon to get an upper hand when talking with other people. It was a technique that she learned with a substantial amount of effort. That smile was the first thing that caused Yamina to feel a big difference between her and Cheryl. Just like Yamina, Eri could also feel the difference between her and Cheryl. But unlike Yamina, she more or less understood the real cause of that difference. Cheryl had no romantic feelings toward Katsuya at all. Although she might act all nice since Katsuya was a promising hunter, she did not show any interest as the opposite sex at all. Eri noticed that. It was something that was very rare among the girls who interacted with Katsuya. Even among the girls who only approached him to make use of him since he was a promising young hunter, no one gave him the kind of treatment that Cheryl was showing. Although Eri noticed that, she did not say anything. After all, she did not want to make any enemies unnecessarily, and she thought that it was not something important to tell others. Eri looked at Katsuya. He was smiling happily. Thus she decided to stop worrying about it. Katsuya did not think too deeply as he threw a question to Cheryl. By the way, I heard that you're readjusting your dress here. Yes, the size was a little too big for me, so I'm refitting it. I wonder how much that kind of thing would usually cost. Is it okay to ask you how much it took you? I'm really sorry. To be honest, I don't know much about it. So it might be better to ask that question to the clerk. As for my dress readjustment, it was 1,500,000 orum. Katsuya, Eri and Yamina were dumbstruck when they heard the exact cost. It was way more than what they expected. Looking at their reaction, Cheryl thought that 1,500,000 orum was a huge amount of money even for promising young hunters like them. It reminded her of how amazing Akira was since he easily paid that much money. Kashua thought that it might disrupt her future business if they used that amount as a standard, so she interjected. It was a rather special case, thus it might be better if you don't use that amount as a standard. Although it still depends on the request, it's possible to refit a dress for 500,000 orum. Yamina frowned as she said. But still, if it takes more money to readjust the dress compared to its original cost. Since we're refitting old-world clothing, we need to employ some special techniques. Not to mention the tool and the fabric that we need to readjust the dress also cost a lot of money. Thus, I believe that it's a justified price. Of course, if you want to readjust a normal dress, it would be cheaper too. That news shocked Katsuya and his friends. Not only did Cheryl decide to modify an old-world relic that might fetch her a lot of money if she sold it in a pristine state, she even paid 1,500,000 orm to have it refitted. Katsuya could feel a gap between him and Cheryl. He smiled at her, but there was a slight shadow mixed in that smile. You're really amazing. That would be true if I'm the one paying for it, but unfortunately someone else is paying for me. Thus, I believe that it's not me who is amazing. I think that Katsuya-san is much more amazing for being able to live independently working as a hunter. Cheryl's smile was obviously clouded. Her voice was low when she replied. Although she intentionally did that, the words that she said were her real opinion. Except for one thing, she was actually thinking about Akira and not Katsuya. Is that so? Yes. As Katsuya timidly asked that question, Cheryl replied back firmly while smiling. When he saw her smile, the shadow behind Katsuya's smile vanished. He just continued to smile while trying to hide his embarrassment. Yamina and Eri had recovered after a short rest. They thought that it would be a bad idea to stay there for long, although they no longer had any budget to buy more clothes. Thus they decided to leave that shop. Katsuya, let's go. HM? Okay. Katsuya stood up and carried Yamina and Eri's luggage. He hesitated for a bit before deciding to invite Cheryl too. By the way, we plan to eat in a restaurant nearby. If it's okay with you, do you want to come too? Yamina let out a big sigh. She had been together with Katsuya for a long time. She knew him well. He had no ill will toward Cheryl, nor was he trying to flirt with her. She knew that Katsuya was simply inviting someone that he considered as a friend. The usual pattern dictated that the invited person would misunderstand, and when she finally realized the misunderstanding, she was already so in love with Katsuya that she could not separate herself from him. That was the reason why the team that Katsuya led in Drankum was always filled with girls. Although there were boys from time to time, they did not stay long. It might be because it was hard for them to stay in that team. Some people even started calling Katsuya's team as a harem team. As Yamina thought that the usual scenario would play out this time too, she looked at Cheryl with a resigned expression. But unlike what she expected, Cheryl lightly bowed and refused Katsuya's offer. I'm really sorry. For helping the readjustment, I can't afford to leave this place. Not to mention, I'm also waiting for someone. So thank you for the invitation, but I have to refuse. Katsuya and Yamina were obviously surprised. Katsuya assumed that Cheryl would not refuse. That was also the case for Yamina based on her long experience with Katsuya. But that was not the case for Eri. She was not that surprised after all. She did think about that possibility. I see. Well, it can't be helped. I'm sure we'll meet again somewhere someday. Katsuya was a bit taken aback as he replied. It was because he almost never got refused before. Yes, please be careful out there. Cheryl smiled at him. Katsuya looked at that smile and was relieved since it seemed that he did not offend her there. After they left that place, Cheryl sat back on her chair and reviewed her conversations with Katsuya and his friends in order to extract any information that she could find. Cheryl was especially happy to get the information about Drankum. Although it might be subjective information from Katsuya, it was still better than nothing. At least it was enough for her to get a rough picture of Drankum. She smiled happily thinking that information would be useful for Akira, who was also working as a hunter. Not too long after that, Akira returned. Cheryl, who saw him, immediately smiled. Akira took a seat on the same table with Cheryl and asked her, I'm sorry that it took me so long. Replenishing my ammo reserve turned out to be more time-consuming than I thought. Well, you didn't call me at all, so everything is fine, right? Or did something happen? There's nothing. If I have to say something, some hunters from Drankum came here to buy some clothing. I ended up talking with some of them. Do you want to hear about it? That reminded Akira when Cheryl extracted information from a hunter called Dale, not too long ago. Akira winced back as he thought that Cheryl must have done the same thing again. I see. Well, I can listen to your story. Okay. Cheryl then told Akira all the information that she gathered, and it was indeed an interesting subject for him too. I see. So all the relics that Drankum hunters gather are given to Drankum before selling them. So it's not like the hunters who gather those relics sell the relics themselves, huh? Yes. It seems that they are paid a wage based on their hunter ranks and given bonuses depending on their track record. They are categorized to different groups like relics hunters and monster hunters. Then the gang would distribute requests depending on the group that they belong to. Oh. So they get wages although they work as hunters, huh? That somehow does not sound right to me. But that means that they'll still get some basic wage even if they can't get good relics, right? But in exchange, the gang will earn a lot of money if they get expensive relics. But even so, some hunters still hunt for expensive relics to increase their hunter rank, regardless of the reward. And for the hunters who don't seriously hunt for relics, I heard that they get transferred to Monster Hunting Group. They do think about all kinds of scenarios, huh? As Akira heard about a different kind of lifestyle for a hunter, he could not help but voice out his amazement. That was really interesting, thank you. He thanked Cheryl and she was delighted to hear that. Cheryl almost never showed a fake smile to Akira. After all, from her experience, it had almost no effect on him. I'm glad that I could be useful to you. It reminded Cheryl that gathering information was indeed crucial. Not too long after that, her dress was finally done. Cheryl changed back to her original dress and returned to Akira. Seelan thought that she did a good job as she made a satisfied expression. There was a shred of pride on her face too. Cheryl nervously asked for Akira's opinion while fidgeting. How is it? Akira looked at Cheryl with her newly readjusted dress and voiced out his opinion. Oh, that really changed your outlook. You look really good in it. Cheryl was thrilled to receive such praise from Akira that she smiled happily while blushing. The Old World dress, which could no longer be considered an Old World dress after the modification, looked beautiful on Cheryl, enough to make someone like Akira, who had a dead fashion sense, think that she looked good in it. The weird feeling that was present when it was slightly too big for her had completely vanished. While on the other hand, it was able to fully preserve the refined, beautiful Old World design which further complemented Cheryl's already charming figure. It seemed that Seelan was indeed a skilled fitter. Alpha smiled as she said to Akira, "It seems that it is worth the 1,500,000 orum, right? If you had not given any good reactions, it would have meant that your fashion sense was really unsalvageable. Even someone like me can recognize it. It was worth spending that 1,500,000 orum." Kashua then turned to Akira, who was amazed by that readjusted dress, and asked him, "I hope you find it satisfying." Of course. To be honest, I didn't expect that it would change this much. I'm really satisfied with it. Those praises are the greatest reward that we can ask for. If you need to readjust your dress, please by all means come to us again. Kashua smiled happily as she offered to do more business with Akira in the future. After Akira and Cheryl left that shop, Kashua asked Seelan, "Seelan, to be honest, that was way better than what I expected. Since when have you become that good?" Seelan smugly replied, "It's a mix of her base figure, the quality of the dress that she brought in, and my refined skill. That's the reason I could produce such a miracle. To be honest, I don't think I can ever do something like this again." Kashua was convinced by Seelan's explanation, but she panicked when she heard Seelan's last remark. "What was that?" "I did tell them to come here again if they need more refitting though. There's no mistaking that they'll expect the same result next time. You know?" "Well, even if you tell me so. I'm going back to sleep now, don't interrupt me this time." Seelan left Kashua after she said that. She was already sleep-deprived when she started working, and since she was still exhausted, she planned to sleep until the next day. She had done exceptionally well that day, thus she believed she would be able to get a good night's rest as she headed to her bed. Kashua, who was left behind, worried. But then she reassured herself that it was a good advertisement for her shop, and all was well. Akira walked Cheryl back to her base. On her way to her base, Cheryl was wearing the dress that she bought from Kashua's shop. As for her dress that just got readjusted, she put it inside a strong box. She knew that she could not walk around the slum city in that dress because of the danger, Even the dress that she was wearing was barely safe to use in the slum city. The people around her gang's territory knew well that Cheryl was backed by a powerful hunter. Thus none of them wanted to mess with her. But even so, if she wore the dress inside the strong box and walked around the slum city, there might be people who would try to attack her, ignoring the fact that a strong hunter was backing her up. That was why she could not wear that dress on her way back to her base. After Akira walked Cheryl back to her base, he headed straight to his home. Although Cheryl found that a little unfortunate, she decided to focus on thinking about her next plan while she was inside her private room. Cheryl glanced at her dress box. She changed to dress inside that box and stood in front of a mirror. She looked at her reflection that looked like a refined lady from a rich family. She then started smiling as she thought of a plan. As long as I have this dress that even Akira praised, I'm sure everything will go well. Cheryl smiled, full of confidence with her next plan as she kept on looking at her own reflection on the mirror. Rebuild World Chapter 91 Bounty Hunting Invitation. Akira was patrolling through the wasteland around the city. It was because he had taken the patrol request from the hunter office. Just because there was a bounty monster roaming around the city, Akira could not afford to keep himself locked inside the city forever. Thus, he decided to go out while avoiding the areas where the bounty monster was spotted. Akira was sniping at a monster from a moving vehicle. It was for his training, so he had no support from Alpha. Of course, it was really difficult to accurately aim at his target from the constantly shaking vehicle. The hit rate was simply miserable. He kept on shooting while following Alpha's instruction. Alpha, is there any news about the bounty monsters? Did someone get at least one of them? No, all the 4 bounty monsters are alive and kicking. There's almost no new information about them too. The latest one I could find only contained a more detailed description of the area where they were spotted and mentioned their increased bounty. Akira sounded annoyed as he said, I don't care who it is, I hope someone would take them out soon. It's not like they're hiding deep inside a ruin somewhere, right? They're just roaming in the open space. Those hunters with tanks should be able to make a short work of them, right? Well, most hunters with tanks only work further to the east after all. If they send some of those hunters here and the hunters in this city take out those bounty monsters before the other hunters arrive, it would be a huge waste of time and money. That's why those hunters with tanks are reluctant to bring their tanks all the way here. Of course, it'll be a different story if no one is able to take the bounty monsters out after a while, or if the bounty prize increases. Akira lowered his aim. He spotted other hunters coming from the same direction as the monster that he was aiming at. It would be a pain in the ass if he missed his shot and accidentally hit those hunters. Even aiming at their direction was enough to cause a needless misunderstanding. Again, huh? Aren't there too many of them around this place? Akira had been encountering a lot of hunters lately. I'm sure it's because they have the same idea as you. Trying to avoid going to the areas where the bounty monsters were spotted. Just like you, they have nothing to do if they only stay inside the city, and taking the patrol request will at least get them some money. Meanwhile, from the city management perspective, this request would make sure that the bounty monsters are not going to approach the city. That is why the city management issued a lot of the patrol requests lately. I guess I'll increase my patrol radius, huh? It'll be a pain to deal with if I get into a fight with another hunter after all. You're right, let's do that. Since the other hunters had already moved away from the monster, Akira took another aim at the same monster as before and pulled the trigger. This time he had Alpha's support in order to quickly take out that monster. The bullet went right through that monster's head and instantly killed it. Akira could feel the big gap between when he had Alpha's support and when he did not. He then smiled bitterly and mumbled, I wonder how long it'll take for me to do this with my own skill. It depends on how hard you train, so let's patiently keep training. Akira was driving his vehicle while Alpha was trying to cheer him up. After moving somewhere further from the city, he continued his shooting training. The day started to get dark. Akira thought that it should be the time for him to finish his patrol request and head back to the city. On his way back, he encountered a lot of hunters heading the opposite direction. They must be the hunters who took the night patrol request. The night patrol request had a higher reward than the patrol request for the day. Thus, a lot of hunters preferred it. But looking at the number of hunters who had taken that request, It seemed like they had run out of the day patrol request and had no other choice but to take the night patrol request. But if that was true, it also showed that most of the hunters decided not to go out to the wasteland at all. Akira, there's a call for you. Who is it from? Shikarabe from Drankum. Akira tilted his head. It was because he did not remember anyone who he was usually in contact with having that name. Alpha noticed that and continued to explain. It's that other hunter with whom you worked together in the underground city exploration with Elena and Sarah, remember? He said something about the other hunters who were in their team before you came in, something like having a fight against the other hunters from Drankum. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira finally remembered him. It was that male hunter who was more or less as skilled as Elena and Sarah. He was in the same team with Elena and Sarah to explore the front line during the Kazusuhara Ruin Underground City's temporary base aid request. He was a pretty strong hunter. That guy, huh? I wonder what it is about. Akira took out his information terminal and picked up the call from Shikarabe. It's Akira, what is it? Shikarabe here. There's something I want to talk about. Do you have some time? Where are you right now? I'm in the wasteland near the city on my way back home. So, what is it you want to talk about? Well, it's related to our work as a hunter. I've talked about it with Elena and Sarah too. It's not anything strange. You can at least listen to the offer first before deciding anything. I'll send you our location if you are interested. Come here. Later then. Shikarabe only left Akira with those words before cutting the call off. Akira thought for a bit. He then operated his information terminal to send a message to Elena asking if it was okay to call her right now. It did not take long before a call from Elena came in. It's Akira. Elena-san, do you have some time? Sure, what is it? It's nothing big. Just something that I want to ask Elena-san and Sarah-san. If it's going to be a long talk, how about we meet somewhere? I don't mind if you come over. Sarah is here too. No, it's just a short question. It should be fine to talk it through the phone. Akira then explained about his short exchange with Shikarabe to Elena. After listening to his story, Elena made a guess and said to Akira, I think he's recruiting hunters to join him in hunting the bounty monsters. It seems that Drankum is focusing its effort on hunting those monsters right now. Multiple hunter teams from that gang are out chasing for the bounty prize, you know. We also got the same offer from Drankum too. They asked us to join one of their hunter teams. The reward was pretty big, so we accepted it. I see. So that's the story, huh? But it's not something that they would offer to a hunter like me, right? We were together during that Kazusuhara Ruin Underground City exploration, remember? I guess he thinks that you should be a good addition to his team. Personally speaking, I also think that you'll do just fine. I believe that Sarah thinks so too. Well, you saved Sarah back then in Yanazuka Station Ruin. If I may say something about it, I don't want to hear someone who has enough skill to save us call himself a hunter like me, you know? I am sorry. Akira apologized in panic. Elena laughed bitterly and said, Akira, I think you underestimate yourself too much. Being humble is a good thing, but some people might react negatively to it. So you need to be more careful. Akira thought that he evaluated himself pretty accurately. He believed that most of his performance was thanks to Alpha's support. Although that might be really the case, the other people thought that his performance was all from his own strength. Akira's real ability was hidden behind Alpha's support. Thus Akira himself did not completely grasp his own real ability. That was the main reason why he evaluated himself lowly. Elena then continued. Going back to our main subject, I think there's nothing hidden behind that offer from Shikarabe. Although, I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that Drankum would even pay other non-member hunters for the bounty request. Well, I bet that they really want to get their names out by defeating the bounty monster. After all, when you take out even one of the bounty monsters, the hunter office will announce that achievement in public. But it'll only include the name of the team and team leader. The names of the non-member hunters in that team will not be mentioned in the announcement. This meant Elena's and Sarah's name would not be mentioned too. Akira found that weird since having their names out would bring them a lot of benefits. Elena-san, are you okay with that? I don't really mind. After all, it's not like I'm working as a hunter to become popular. And of course because of that, I ask for extra rewards as an exchange. Akira giggled as he imagined that Elena must be smiling smugly right now. Putting that aside, I'll at least hear his offer. Thank you very much. If you're going to take that request from Drankum, I'll be counting on you if we get assigned to the same team. Yeah, me too. Akira then ended the call. Alpha was staring at Akira. What? It's nothing. If you're planning to go to where Shikarabi is, let's go there after you get back home first. The location sent by Shikarabi is the coordinate for a pub in the lower district. There might be no parking space for your vehicle. You're right. I guess I'll at least let him know that I'll go there later. Akira then used his information terminal to send a short message to Shikarabi. Alpha thought that Akira should be thinking of taking that offer from Shikarabi. The reason why she made that guess was because Elena and Sarah had taken that request. If Elena and Sarah had refused, Akira might not even be willing to listen to Shikarabi's offer. It was rather unclear whether Akira realized that or not. But if she asked, Akira might realize it. Considering that it might affect her plans in the future, Alpha decided not to ask him. Elena was sitting on a chair as she stretched her body. She was sitting in a very comfortable position, so comfortable that she might as well fall asleep on that chair. Though it was an expensive chair that prevented her from getting tired even after sitting on it for a long time. It was her favorite chair that she splurged her money for. She was in a very comfy get-up. She was only in her undies and an information terminal that was attached to her head. It might be the side effect from working as a hunter, who was regularly in the dangerous wasteland. So she really put down her guard and relaxed when she was in her own house, where she was safe. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that she dressed rather slovenly when she was in her home. Sarah suddenly came in with some food. She was only wearing a shirt above her undies, just like Elena. She was in a very relaxed get-up. It might be because she was always using a tight bodysuit when she was out doing her hunter work, so Sarah tended to use a very baggy get-up that gave her a sense of freedom when she was at home. Both Sarah and Elena would only change into something more respectable if there was someone visiting. They were talking with each other while enjoying the meal. It sounded like you were talking with someone. Is it something about tomorrow's request? Nope. That was from Akira. It seems Drankum also offered that bounty hunting request to Akira. But he hasn't decided to take it or not. His offer came from Shikarabi. So Akira has become a hunter that even Drankum would request, huh? Well, it's not that strange considering his ability. Wait, if it was an offer from Drankum, wouldn't he have to talk with the person responsible for negotiation in Drankum first? So why would Shikarabi directly make that offer to Akira? When Sarah pointed out, Elena also questioned that fact. Now that you mention it, you have a point there. Not to mention, when Shikarabi also made that offer to us, it seemed that he did not know we had already made a contract with Drankum. Is it because of some kind of misinformation inside the gang? He might be in a hurry since he doesn't want other hunters to make a deal with Akira before him. But that was all. It was just a small question. And after that exchange, Sarah and Elena stopped from thinking any further about that subject. There were a lot of pubs in the lower district. Since a lot of hunters came there to drink booze after returning from the wasteland, those pubs were relatively dangerous places filled with rowdy hunters. Not to mention, those hunters would get drunk in those pubs while still carrying the rifles that they usually carried to the wasteland. Some of them would even drink until they were only left with their last shred of rationality. Around those pubs, there were brothels where prostitutes would sell their services to those hunters. Of course, those girls had people behind them who protected them in case something happened. It was simply an area that the people who could not handle a fight would never approach. Shikarabi was inside one of the pubs in that area. Shikarabi was sitting on a table further inside that pub. He was accompanied by other hunters that looked more or less as successful as him. There were beers on top of the tables, but Shikarabi had not touched his yet. The ones drinking those beers were his hunter friends. One of them had a device installed inside his body to break down alcohol. Even if he was dead drunk, it would only take about 10 seconds for him to return back to normal. Some of them had drugs to help break down alcohol too. Thus, it should not cause any trouble during the negotiation for their tomorrow's plan. Shikarabi opened his information terminal and confirmed Akira's message. He then said to his friends, "Akira will come here soon. I'll handle the negotiation. Don't say anything unnecessary." I know. So then, is this Akira guy going to be useful? He at least won't be an extra burden to us. So how about the guys that you brought with you? After Shikarabi asked that question, his friends took turns describing the hunters whom they had in mind. I have 2 hunters with Det and their observer. They're pretty skilled. I've also talked about them with their creditors. They told me that they don't care if those hunters get killed in the wasteland, but if that happens they asked me to bring back their dead bodies. I've also asked others, but I'm not sure if any of them would come. As for me, I have 2 hunters who wanted to come in order to make a connection with Drankum. One of them is pretty good while the other one is more or less as skilled as us. I'm also waiting for a call from the Proxy Corporation in case if other hunters wanted to join in too. After listening to their explanation, Shikarabi asked them, if they're really as good as us, rather than coming to us, they should be able to negotiate directly with Drankum, right? So what's the catch here? I don't know the details, but I heard they got into a fight with someone and so they are looking for protection or something. I guess that's the reason why they can't go through the normal way. If you want to know the details, you'll have to ask them directly later. So basically, they're telling us to ask what's going on with those hunters ourselves and decide what to do with them. Huh. Shikarabi's team was aiming to hunt the bounty monster. They were gathering men for that purpose. It was also the main reason why Shikarabi called Akira. But it was a little different from Elena and Sarah who were invited by Drankum. Akira was walking in the lower district. His destination was the pub where Shikarabi was. He was walking through a relatively dangerous area within the slum city. There were some drunk hunters knocked unconscious beside the road. The only reason that no one attacked them was because there were people who were monitoring the area so that it would not turn into a lawless zone. Not to mention, trying to attack those hunters might get themselves killed instead. These people could not complain if they got attacked when they were sleeping beside the road, and the people who attacked them also could not complain if they got killed instead. Akira ignored everyone who was trying to offer their services, mainly about alcohol or girls, in that place and headed straight to the pub. It was a pleasure district maintained with the money that the hunters gathered from risking their lives. A particular kind of nuance and splendor was maintained in that area so that those hunters, who exchanged their blood and sweats for money, would be willing to spend their money in that place. That place became the reason why some hunters could still face the next day as well as the reason why some hunters fell from grace. Akira never came to that area himself normally. Thus he could not help but look around with a face full of interest. Alpha was walking next to Akira, while evading the people who walked past him. Even if she collided with someone, her image would go through their body so there should be no problem at all. But even so, she still evaded those people while walking beside him. Akira found that weird and asked her about it. Alpha, is there any need for you to evade colliding with people? There should be no problem even if you collide with any of them, right? It's because of a different reason. Is it because it makes you feel sick when that happens? No, but it'll make you feel sick. Well, I don't think it's a problem though if it doesn't bother you at all. Alpha then walked to one of the hunters there, and fused her body with that hunter. The moment that happened, her face half fused with the head of that hunter, and it made her look like a weird-looking humanoid creature. Akira frowned. It was true that it looked disturbing. I'm sorry, can you keep evading people like before? Told you. Alpha returned beside Akira and smiled happily. The equipment carried by the hunters around them varied. Some of them carried huge weapons. Those hunters must have headed straight to the pub after they returned from the wasteland. Some of them even carried relics with them. Akira himself only brought his augmented suit, assault rifle and A2D assault rifle. He left his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun attached to his vehicle and his ammo-filled rucksack back home. He thought that he would not be allowed to get into the pub if he carried his usual weapons as if he was going to the wasteland. That was why he left most of his equipment back in his home. But he started to think that he should have brought those weapons with him. Akira eventually arrived at the pub where Shikarabi was waiting for him. It was a fairly huge 3-storied pub. When Akira entered that pub, the master of that pub frowned and told him to leave. This is not a place for a young boy like you. You should go back home. But Akira calmly gave a flat reply. You should say that to the person who told this young boy to come to this place. Someone by the name of Shikarabi should be here. Do you know him? No idea, but you can go ahead and look around. Good grief, who is this fool? Who told a young boy like you to come to this place? Although he complained, the master of that pub gave his permission for Akira to come into his establishment. Since he did not get kicked out, Akira proceeded to look for Shikarabe inside that pub. The pub was fairly big, and there were a lot of hunters present. It would be a huge pain in the neck to look for Shikarabe among all those hunters. Where exactly is Shikarabe? Should I try calling him? Akira pulled out his information terminal, but Alpha suddenly said to him, "It seems that he's on the second floor. Let's go." Although Akira was a bit interested as to how Alpha did that, he stopped himself from asking any questions about it because he thought that he should get used to it. Even before Akira bought an information-gathering device, Alpha was already able to tell him the exact location of enemies around him, even when they hid behind an object. Thus it would be weird to question how she did that now. Akira had learned a lot of things from Alpha thanks to her classes. As he learned more and more about common sense from her, it reminded him more and more that she was an anomaly. But to be honest, Akira did not really care who or what Alpha really was. The important thing to him was whether she was his ally or not, although she might be only helping him since she was in contract with him. That was why Akira decided not to ask too much about Alpha. He prioritized on the most important part as he thought that there was no reason to needlessly ask about her techniques. It was so that he would not deplete his luck, and that his days with Alpha as his ally would continue. Akira followed Alpha's instruction as he headed to the second floor, and right to Shikarabe's table. Just like she said, Shikarabe was really on the second floor. Shikarabe quickly noticed Akira. He then waved to Akira and called out, "Come over here." Shikarabe and his friends were sitting around a round table. Akira took the seat on the opposite side where Shikarabe was sitting. Shikarabe and his friends were sitting on the big sofa that was originally put there so that customers could sit with the server girls. Shikarabe smiled at Akira. "These two are my friends, Yamanobe and Velga." "Yamanobe, Velga, this is Akira." Yamanobe looked at Akira with curiosity, while Velga looked at Akira with suspicion. Akira did not care about them as he looked at Shikarabe's eyes and asked him, "So then what is it?" "Well, before that, do you want to order something first?" Although this is a pub, they also serve meals other than the snacks for drinking alcohols. "No need. I'll order something if it seems that it'll be a long talk. Not to mention I don't know how much they cost too." Akira seemed to be cautious. Shikarabe smiled and said, "I see. Let's get into the main subject then. You heard about the bounty, right? We're planning to hunt those bounty monsters. If we just want to kill them, we alone should be enough. But to be able to do that faster with a better winning chance, and to take them all out, even us alone would not be enough. That's why I'm recruiting for extra helping hands right now, and that's why I called you here. I can guarantee that you'll get paid handsomely, so do you want to come with us?" Everything that Shikarabe said up until that point was already guessed by Akira after hearing Elena's explanation. So he calmly replied, "That would depend on the terms of the contract. But if that was all, you could have told me when you called me, right?" After Akira said that, Shikarabe's expression turned serious. "It would be bad if you make a decision without listening to what I have to say from here on. This request is not an official request passed through the hunter office. It's simply an offer between two hunters. I want you to agree about this part first." Shikarabe and his friends waited for Akira's reply with serious expressions. But Akira was not sure what exactly those words meant. Although he knew that it was a pretty important point, he did not know anything further than that. Akira then asked back, also with an equally serious expression, "If I take that offer, what kind of downside might I be facing? Tell me as much as you can. I'm sure you know this even without me telling you, but secrets like that are the main source of conflict in the future. And don't give me that 'I didn't tell you because you didn't ask' thing. I'm not someone from Drankum. I'm just a hunter who is used to working alone. That's why I'm not really familiar with the conventions and other subtle things between hunters." "Very well. Just tell me if anything still bothers you." Shikarabe then explained his offer in detail to Akira. Requests that did not get passed through the hunter office were basically informal requests. To be more precise, even if Akira was paid by Shikarabe to help him fight the bounty monsters, it would not get written in his hunter track record. Furthermore, there was no insurance for such requests. For the requests that were passed through the hunter office, in case if there was a defect in the request or if the reward went unpaid, it would leave a record. Thus it would help force the hunters to follow through with their contracts. And so without it, the only people who protect the contracts would be the hunters who signed those contracts. There were cases where hunters used violence to claim their unpaid rewards and got framed as robbers instead, and got themselves killed in the end. The trustability of such requests was so low that people usually took any of those informal requests as a scam. Putting aside if the reward was worth that risk or not, Akira was offered a huge amount of money for that request. They would subtract their expenses from the bounty prize before dividing it equally among them. But Shikarabi and his friend were not included there. Although the final number of people was still subject to change, if Akira and the other 4 hunters excluding Shikarabi and his friends were able to defeat a bounty monster, the rest of the prize money would be theirs after subtracting their expenses and Shikarabi's share. As for the payment, Shikarabi would get the money from the hunter office first before distributing it to the other hunters through bank transfer. Even if they failed taking out the bounty monster, Shikarabi would still pay 1 million orum to Akira. But in this case, Akira would have to pay his ammo expense and the other expenses himself. Akira thought carefully of Shikarabi's offer, and asked everything that bothered him. There are some points that I want to confirm. First of all, for the expense, how much is acceptable? I have no plans to put any particular limit. That's why I'll explain to you things that we won't accept. First, we won't include paying back your debt. If you can't join us because you have a debt to pay, we won't give you any money to pay for that debt. You'll have to pay that debt using the money that we pay you. Second, money for new equipment. It's to avoid hunters who ask for compensation for buying equipment that is worth the same amount of money as the prize money. Just because the prize money is 500 million orum, we won't give you any money if you buy yourself 500 million orum worth of new equipment. After all, that would mean you would basically take away all the reward money from the bounty. But we will reimburse you for the money that you spent on ammo or rental equipment. It would be a pain in the ass if you guys look for any loopholes. That's why for my offer, even if we are able to kill a bounty monster, leaving the expense aside, all 3 of us won't take even 1 orum more. I can guarantee you that. Second question. How many people would be on the team? Including you, it'll be at least 4 people. Although it still depends on how our negotiation goes with the other hunters, I think it would go up to somewhere around 15 to 20 hunters. We do plan to get as many people as possible, but we won't go above 30. Alright, is there any guarantee that you would really pay the reward? None. Shikarabi gave a straight answer without any hesitation. Akira's expression turned grim. It was as if Shikarabi and Akira were putting pressure on each other with their gazes. After a short silence, Shikarabi then added, If I have to be honest, I prefer to pay your reward than to have to fight you over the reward. If I really think that you don't have enough skill to pose a threat to me, in the scenario that I don't pay your reward, I wouldn't bring this offer to you in the first place. After all, it would be useless to bring you with me if you're really that weak. Akira stared at Shikarabi and thought. If he took that positively, it meant that Shikarabi recognized his skill. But if he took that negatively, it meant that Shikarabi would do that if he discovered that Akira was not that powerful. So in the end, depending on his performance, it could swing either way. Lastly, why don't you pass it through the hunter office? You could have offered me this request through an official contract, right? When Akira asked that question, Shikarabi frowned. Are you going to refuse this offer unless I tell you the reason? Yes. After all, I don't want to get roped into some troublesome conflict without realizing it. Shikarabi turned to Yamanobe and Velga. Velga smiled bitterly and said, It's fine to tell him that, right? It's only a matter of time before it gets out to the public. Well, I can understand if you don't want to tell him though. Yamanobe also agreed with Velga. It should be fine as long as he's not going to spread it around. He's the guy that you picked, so if it's possible, I don't want to lose him just because we didn't tell him about that thing. Shikarabi sighed. He then turned back to Akira. Don't tell anyone, okay? It's due to a problem in Drankum. So don't tell anyone outside Drankum about this. Akira nodded firmly. All right. Shikarabi judged that Akira was not lying. He then looked so annoyed as he said, Well, basically, There is currently a power struggle within Drankum. Rebuild World Chapter 92 People Who Kill Too Much and Get Broken. Drankum was one of the countless hunter gangs in Kugamayama City. It was also a private military organization that focused on hunter jobs. There were many hunters in Drankum. When it was just a union of a small clique of hunters, it had no problem at all. But as it grew, factions started to form inside the gang, to the point that it sometimes disturbed the management of the gang. As Drankum grew into a huge organization, the gang started to take in common people to make sure that the gang's management could continue smoothly. Although it gave a boost to its growth, it also worsened the faction problem. Some friction started to spark between the management and the other people in the gang. As they needed more hunters to fill the executive positions, inexperienced hunters started to flow into the gang. Those people who never stepped outside the safe city would give orders to the people who faced the dangers of the wasteland firsthand. They even complained, saying that the very people who went out to fight the monsters used too much ammo or medicines, or scolding them for bringing back bad relics or not enough relics to justify the expense. Although that might be the correct way to manage a big organization, it still rubbed the hunters the wrong way. Then there was one particular faction that started to rise lately. It was a faction of young hunters that kept gathering influences. The very people backing up this faction were the people of the upper echelons who decided on the rule of how the gang will be organized. To be more precise, they were the people who made the new rule about prioritizing young hunters. They were the hunters with no particular past achievements. It was rare for these hunters to get to the upper echelons position. The young hunter faction had a feud with the veteran hunter faction inside the gang. Shikarabe was a part of the veteran hunter faction, and so he was aiming to get the bounty monster in order to win that war of influence. After listening to Shikarabe's story, Akira more or less understood the reason behind Shikarabe's offer. He then asked Shikarabe about the points that he did not fully understand. I understand that there's infighting inside Drankum. So, how exactly is that related to not passing this request through the hunter office? It means that I'll have to go through Drankum's administration before I can get it to the hunter office. If I do that, some information might be leaked to the other faction. So it's to prevent that from happening. Moreover, it's better not to get this offer through Drankum so that we can adapt and make better adjustments in case if something happens. For example, if I try to bring along a rather suspicious hunter with debt, the other faction or the office might cause some trouble. So that's basically it. That sounds rough. Akira sympathized as he mumbled those words. It seemed that joining a big gang brought more trouble than he had thought. Shikarabe then asked Akira, "If you don't have any more questions and okay with it, it's about time I hear your answer." Akira thought for a few seconds. "I don't mind taking your offer, but I have a couple of conditions. I always fight alone, so I want you to let me stay like that. I'll still help you with your strategy, but don't expect me to work together with another team. And also, I'll leave if I judge that we don't have any winning chance. Although I'll ignore you even if you tell me to stay and fight, I'll at least let you know when I leave. I don't want to die after all. If you're okay with these conditions, then I don't mind taking your request." Those conditions are rather a lot to ask for, you know? I can say the same to you too. I'll be an unofficial part of your team. Even my name won't be recorded. I have no plans to be your sacrificial pawn. So, this time it was Shikarabe who took some time thinking. After a few seconds, he smiled confidently and said, "Very well, we have a deal." Akira and Shikarabe made a deal there. Although Akira would act separately, he was added to Shikarabe's bounty hunting team. Alpha looked a bit surprised by that. "Akira, are you really okay with that? Weren't we going to avoid meeting with the bounty monster? I at least got him to agree that I can run in case if I think we have no winning chance. Or is it still too dangerous with my current ability? It's not like you're going to fight it alone, so I don't plan to stop you. It just caught me by surprise that you suddenly got so interested in doing this." "Is that so? I think it should be relatively safe though, and since the reward is pretty good, I just thought that it might be okay to take the request. After all, it would be a problem to me if no one won't take those bounty monsters out anytime soon since I can't go to the ruin to gather relics." Alpha then thought. The reason why Akira decided to take that offer was mostly because of that conversation with Elena. For Alpha, anything that could greatly influence Akira action was bad news. It was still tolerable for now, but no one knew how it would affect him in the future. Thus, Alpha decided that it would be better to come up with a way to mitigate it. After that, Akira stayed in the pub to meet the other team members. He moved to another seat since he would be blocking the next person negotiating with Shikarabe if he kept sitting on that chair that was across the table from Shikarabe. There was an order terminal fixed on the table where they were. Akira used that terminal to order some simple meal. He then waited for his meal to come while talking with Shikarabe about the details of his request. Shikarabe had decided on a simple plan to hunt for the bounty monsters. The next day, at 4 in the morning, Akira would meet up with Shikarabe and the other hunters outside the city before going to hunt for the bounty monster. As for which monster among the 4 bounty monsters that they were going to hunt, Shikarabe would gather information both from Drankum and from other routes and decide right before they went out on their hunt. Although, in the worst-case scenario, someone might hunt the 4 bounty monsters before they could even try. But it was not like they could go right now. Shikarabe and his friends had a lot of things to prepare first. They were in the middle of making that preparation while gathering more hunters. It seemed that they even planned to work overnight tonight to finish their preparation. Not too long after that, a girl wearing a sexy dress came with the meal that Akira ordered. She was surprised to find a young boy like Akira there. She then placed Akira's order on the table and asked Shikarabe, "This is a pretty young newcomer. Not to mention that this is the 2nd floor. Shikarabe, are you the one who brought him here?" "Yes. This guy will be busy today and tomorrow, so don't try to offer anything to him. Tell that to the other girls too." That girl made a friendly smile and said, "Of course we won't offer anything to a small boy like him. How about your friends? I'm sure the master also told you that we're going to be busy too, right? He didn't tell you? Everyone in this table is out of question." "What boring men. Why are you even on the 2nd floor?" "We have a lot of things going on too. When we finish this job, we'll throw a big party and spend a lot of money here. So wait until then. Don't forget those words, okay?" She smiled seductively before leaving that place. Akira was not sure what they were talking about, so he asked Shikarabe, "Is there anything special with the 2nd floor?" "Well, the 3rd floor of this building is a brothel, so the waitresses on the 2nd floor also offer their service and will go to the 3rd floor. So people who only want to drink would stay on the 1st floor in this building." After hearing Shikarabe's explanation, he understood why he was told to leave when he was on the 1st floor. He looked at Shikarabe with a blaming gaze. "You shouldn't call a boy to this place, you know?" Shikarabe lightly laughed. "Age doesn't matter when it comes to being a hunter. It's not like I chose this place in order to annoy you. It's just that it's better to talk about an unofficial request on the 2nd floor. So just ignore it." Akira sighed. He then decided to ignore the fact that he was on the 2nd floor and started eating. A group of 4 men approached the table where Akira and Shikarabe were. Yamanobe noticed them and waved his hand. They were the people that Yamanobe called and the people who accompanied them. Basically, 2 hunters with Det, their observer, and someone sent by their creditor who would be the one negotiating with Shikarabe. The observer and the person from the crediting company took a seat. The hunters and Det stood behind them. The guy from the crediting company started first. "Are we late?" Yamanobe, who was dissatisfied, replied, "Yeah, so you better bring the people that I asked you for making us wait like this. Of course, if it was only random people, we can bring as many as you want. It's hard to find the people who satisfy your requirements, you know? So just forgive us for being late. There are not that many hunters out there who have enough skill to hunt bounty monsters while not minding taking an unofficial request not from the hunter office, you know? Isn't that why I paid you a lot of money? So if the people that you bring me are useless, I won't let that slide." I know. Let's start the negotiation." Yamanobe started his negotiation with Tomejima. Akira was still eating his meal while listening to them. The guy working as the observer then sat beside Akira. Akira knew him. He was the hunter who Akira met in Higuraka Residence Ruin. It was Colbert. "Yo, been a while." Since Colbert talked to him first, it was not like Akira could just ignore him now. "We meet again, huh, Akira? Observer for hunters with Det, huh? Is it your main job?" Nah, just a side job. The company that guy is working for, I owed them the money that I spent to fix my arms which got eaten by the monsters. So it's either I pay them the money or I have to do this kind of job for them. Since I want to fix my prosthetic arm too, I still need money. So then why are you here? How about your job to escort Cheryl? Being a hunter is my main occupation. Cheryl's escort is not. I see. Yeah. Akira and Colbert ended their conversation with that awkward closing. The air between them felt rather tense, but it was all blown away when Akira sighed. So that explains why you knew about Guyver's debt, huh? I really hope you'll do your job properly as an observer, you know? If you did back then, we wouldn't have had to get in that trouble. Colbert just laughed and said, I know, I'm sorry. I never thought Guyver was that stupid. Don't tell me that, Dale too. Nah, he doesn't have a debt and he's not an observer for Guyver. He's completely unrelated to us. Observers did a lot of things in the shadows to secretly watch over the debt-ridden hunters. They even assigned some hunters to join suspicious arbitrator companies. Then they got assigned on the same team as their target as if it was a pure coincidence. Their front face was still an arbitrator company with proper permission from the hunter office. Thus some other hunters who were not related to that particular credit company also used their service. Dale basically was one of those hunters. It was by pure coincidence that Dale and Colbert were assigned to the same team. I heard Dale sent a long complaint to the arbitrator company, but that was pointless. After all, it's basically a creditor company pretending to be an arbitrator company in order to keep the hunters in debt under its watch. Even if Dale caused a ruckus and told people how bad the company is, it'll have almost no effect at all. It's a half-dummy company, so it can just shed its old skin and restart again. To think that Dale would get himself in that company, he's really an unlucky guy. After listening to Colbert, Akira mumbled as if it has nothing to do with him. Well, it was about someone else after all. But their exchange affected someone else who was present. It was one of the guys who were standing behind Tomjima. His name was Kadal. He was brought there to resolve his debt. Kadal was already annoyed the moment he saw Akira. But he finally could not hold himself back as he suddenly interjected in the middle of the negotiation with a rude voice. Hey, is that boy also a team member? Tomjima quickly scolded him. Don't interrupt like that. Just shut up and wait there. But Kadal ignored him as he said annoyedly, I'm going to risk my life out there, you know? So I don't want a small boy like him joining the team and reducing my share of reward. Everyone turned to Akira, who looked completely calm. Kadal pointed his finger at Colbert and said, Moreover, isn't that boy his acquaintance? Are all of you guys planning to cut my share and get them for yourself? Don't fuck with me. Tomjima suddenly came up with something. He saw a way to make him get the upper hand in that negotiation. Thus he scolded Kadal and told him to shut up. Just calm down and shut up. Don't interrupt the negotiation. Colbert, you watch him. In order to hold Kadal back, Colbert stood up from his seat and stood next to Kadal. Tomjima then continued. Well, I can understand him though. So yeah, adding a small boy like him as a member will only reduce our share, you know? Can you do something about that? What exactly do you want me to do? If you're here to negotiate, I'm sure you have thought of some terms too, right? I won't tell you to take that boy off the team, but I want you to reduce his share depending on his skill. Tomjima looked at Akira as he said that. He heard that there were a lot of young hunters in Drankum, and he also heard that due to its preferential treatment, the gang loaned good equipment to those young hunters regardless of their skill. He thought that Akira was one of those young hunters. Kadal more or less thought of the same thing as Tomjima, except it was worse. He thought that Shikarabe colluded with Tomjima by bringing that boy hunter so that his reward share would be reduced. Yamanobe then looked at Akira and Shikarabe. Akira was in contract with Shikarabe, thus he would need both of their agreements first to change the contract now. Shikarabe looked annoyed as he checked on Akira, but Akira just started eating peacefully as if it was none of his business. Shikarabe sighed and looked at Tomjima with a straight face. No, we already had a deal that his share is based on the number of people in the team. I can't just change that to comply with your demand. Tomjima smiled bitterly and said, Whoa. No matter how you look at it, Isn't it unfair for that boy to get the same amount of reward as the people that I bought today? Shikarabi made a serious face. If we divide the reward based on skill, no matter how we do it, it'll only end up with a conflict. You guys bring us 3 people and we pay you 3 people worth of money. The contract will not change. To be honest, you should be happy that we assume you're worth the money that we pay you. Shikarabi used themselves, i.e. Shikarabi, Yamanobe and Valga, as the indicator when he said that, but Kadal thought that he was being compared to Akira. Kadal, who thought that he was getting mocked, could not hold himself back as he shouted, "Are you telling me I'm weaker than this brat?" Kadal still had some of his common sense left. But after his scream, Akira, who was still eating as if it was nothing, looked at him with an annoyed face. Akira then sighed as if he was just a minor bother to him and returned back to eating. That exact thing blew the last shred of rationality from Kadal. It looked as if Akira was mocking him. Letting the anger take his body, Kadal quickly grabbed his rifle and pointed its muzzle at Akira. He himself did not know for sure if he wanted to kill Akira, or just wanted to scare him. He just moved purely following his emotion. But Kadal's rifle was suddenly sent flying. He did not have the chance to even react as a muzzle was prodded into his mouth. It went so deep down to his throat, and he found himself already lying on the ground. Amidst the confusion, Kadal could see Akira standing in front with a rifle in his hand that extended to Kadal's mouth. Akira was also the one who sent his rifle flying. Kadal finally realized that he had lost his rifle. As he looked at Akira, who was standing expressionless in front of him, he finally realized that his life was hanging by a thread. As Kadal tried to fight back, Akira pushed the rifle deeper down his throat. Kadal coughed in pain. His face was filled with terror and he finally calmed down. The people who only saw the result without knowing how that happened were all dumbstruck, while the people who knew how that happened were only a bit surprised and smiled with approval. The former was Tonjima and his men, while the latter was Shikarabi and his friends. Especially for Shikarabi, he had a good look on Akira's move. There was no mistaking it that Kadal grabbed his rifle outside Akira's field of view. But even so, Akira was able to react to it. He quickly closed the distance between them, hid away Kadal's rifle from Kadal's hand with his left hand, then smoothly pulled out his rifle with his right hand and prodded into Kadal's mouth. Colbert did try to stop Kadal, but Akira was even faster than him even though he was closer to Kadal than Akira. Shikarabi smiled and thought. He reacted to something that happened outside his field of view. It reminds me that he somehow was able to detect the monsters in the underground city. Is it from the same technique? Is he always putting his information-gathering device to scan the area around him? I don't think that's right. The way he moved might be thanks to his augmented suit, and he's already using a different augmented suit compared to when we were in the underground city. Anyone would need a lot of training to be able to use the full power of their augmented suit, and he was able to achieve that for a new augmented suit in such a short time? Or is it all thanks to the quality of the augmented suit? No, that's not it. For some reason, I feel like my intuition is always dulled when I'm around him. Although he was amazed by Akira's moves, he was also trying to find the reason why Akira could do that. His guess was not correct but not entirely wrong either. His ability to make such a guess was proof of how good he was as a hunter. Although Shikarabi was the one who invited Akira to the team, Yamanobe and Valga actually were still suspicious of Akira's real ability. But their opinion was changed in an instant. They thought that it was as expected for Shikarabi to invite such a hunter and approved that Akira would be an important addition to the team's power. Akira was still pushing the muzzle of his rifle into Kadal's mouth. He was expressionless as he stared at Kadal. He then casually asked Shikarabi, "Shikarabi, if I kill this guy, how much will it affect tomorrow's plan?" Kadal tried to break away. He knew that Akira was not trying to scare him. Akira was seriously asking that question to Shikarabi. Shikarabi was a bit surprised by that question, but he did not try to stop Akira. It won't affect much. It seems that this guy can't judge his own situation well after all. You can do anything with him. The only reason why Akira had not pulled the trigger yet was because Kadal was already in a contract with Shikarabi. And if Akira killed him, it would lower his success chance for hunting the bounty monsters. But with that answer from Shikarabi, most of his worries were already resolved. Akira's eyes suddenly turned dark and ominous. Kadal, who was looking at those eyes, was frightened. His life was hanging by a thread. But before the thread snapped, Shikarabi suddenly said, "But if you kill that guy here, the master of this place will ask you to pay for cleaning the corpse and the blood. Not to mention that he might also ask for money to repair the bullet hole on the floor too. We won't help you pay that, you know?" Akira then grumbled. "It won't be counted as reimbursed expense." "No. You'll have to deal with the master. I'm sure he'll come here angry after hearing the gunshot. We won't help you with anything." Akira sighed and pulled back his rifle. His desire to kill Kadal was not big enough compared to the aftermath that he should deal with later. If it was in the middle of the wasteland, Akira would have killed him. After all, if it was the wasteland, he could just pick a random place and dump the corpse there. A lot of people had the same line of thinking. That was why the civil order in the wasteland was the worst. Akira turned back to Shikarabi and his friends. "I'm leaving. I feel like it'll only cause me more trouble if I stay here. Not to mention I have to wake up early tomorrow. Just to be safe, send me the position and time for the meeting tomorrow to my information terminal." "All right. Make sure to finish your preparation by then and don't be late. Okay?" "I know, see you tomorrow." Akira then headed to the stairs. But he suddenly stopped and added, "And also, I don't care if you want to pay that fool there, but it might be better not to expect him to return back alive, you know?" "I totally agree with you." Shikarabi laughed as he said. The thing that Akira wanted to say was well conveyed to him. Akira then headed to the stairs and went to the first floor. Yamanobe mumbled as he saw Akira off. "That boy is really short-tempered. People like him tend to kill too much and get broken later." Valga also made his remark, but compared to Yamanobe's remark, which was rather negative, his remark was positive. There's no guarantee that he would take that insult lightly. It was more or less an act of self-defense. I think it's a good idea to keep that distinction in mind, you know? Depending on where you put that line, you might be taking it too lightly. I mean, like, look at the aftermath over there. Yamanobe then pointed at Kadal. With that easy-to-understand example right in front of him, Valga nodded in approval. Kadal was about to pull himself up and retrieve his rifle. But before could he extended his hand, Colbert appeared and got hold of his rifle. Colbert then kicked him and knocked him unconscious with face down on the floor. But he managed to let out a scream of pain, so Colbert just told him, "Just sleep there." Colbert then warned the other debt-ridden hunter, "You too, don't try anything funny." As Colbert sent his glare to him, that hunter could not help but to give a firm nod. Yamanobe and Tomjima laughed awkwardly. "Now then, we were in the middle of a negotiation, right? Well, it's true that I didn't ask you in particular not to bring a fool who would point his gun at his teammate. We haven't made any deal yet, and we haven't made any detailed plan yet. Could even be said that we're not teammates yet. So let's keep that in mind as we continue our negotiation." Tomjima let out a cold sweat as he tried his best to look calm. His hard negotiation was just about to start. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira was on his way to the wasteland. The sky was dark. It was not clear whether it was in the middle of the night or early in the morning. He was heading straight to the meeting ground to meet Shikarabi and the other hunters for hunting bounty monsters. It was still a few hours until the sun rose. Although he slept sooner than usual the day before, he still did not get enough sleep for the day. He was driving his vehicle while trying to stay awake. Alpha, who was sitting next to Akira in the driver assistant seat, said, "I can do the driving if you want to get some sleep. I'll wake you up when something happens, so don't worry. Being sleep deprived would affect your performance after all." "Is that so? I'll be counting on you then. Wait, if I sleep, won't it affect your driving? If I lose consciousness, you won't be able to control my augmented suit, right?" Akira remembered when that happened because of a stun grenade, thus he wanted to check that with Alpha. Alpha just smiled and said, "No problem. The vehicle is not like your augmented suit. It won't affect me even if you lose consciousness." "I see, I'll be counting on you then." Although Akira did not understand what exactly was different about his vehicle and his augmented suit, if Alpha told him that it would be okay, he was sure that it would be okay. Thus he decided to get some sleep. Alpha smiled as she saw Akira starting to fall asleep. She then adjusted her driving so that he would not be late while also not interrupting his sleep. After Akira got a good nap, Alpha woke him up. "Morning, did you get a good sleep?" "Pretty much, yeah." Akira was still a bit dazed as he looked around to confirm the situation. The sun had still not risen yet. How about getting something to eat while you still have the chance? There's no guarantee that you'll have a chance to eat after you meet up with Shikarabe. You're right. Akira took out the hunter ration from the pile of his stuff in the back seat. Half of that pile was ammo and other equipment, but there was some food too. The hunter ration was completely made of a different material from the normal ration. Although it tasted normal and had a normal texture, it would get completely broken down inside Hunter's body and produce almost no waste. It also suppressed bowel movement and urine production. You could even use it in place of medicine. It was engineered so that it would not cause any harm in case it got mixed in the flesh and blood when your stomach got punctured while still digesting the ration. It got digested so fast too and increased the sharpness of your mind. It was augmented with so many extra effects and safety features that you did not need in case you spent your peaceful and normal life in the city. Akira had bought a lot of those rations to try using them. The ration that he had that day was a coffee and sandwich. Both of them looked completely normal from the outside. Or to be more precise, the sandwich was soft and the coffee was warm, just like normal food. He made a long hum and said, "It's normal." Well, that in itself is pretty amazing though. If you don't like it, you can choose something with better taste next time. Warm, tasty food is important for your combat performance after all. You have a point there. I have some surplus money too. I guess I can afford that much of luxury. Maybe. It's weird to hear that from a hunter who doesn't hesitate to use 2 million orum medicine, or pay 80 million orum for equipment. It should be okay for you to get something better to eat daily, you know? Even if you tell me that, it's not like I have any complaints with my usual food. The food that he was eating on a daily basis back in his home was not that different compared to what he ate when he was still staying in inns. But even so, his food was still way better than most of the food in the slum city. Thus, at the moment he was really satisfied with his current food. Of course, Akira himself wanted to eat something better, but he was still hesitating about paying a huge amount of money for that. Well, I won't force you or anything. But, just remember that it should be okay for you to afford a little bit of luxury. At least enough for you to pick the hunter ration you like. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. In that case, I might as well eat some more. That was not enough to fill my stomach. Akira then extended his hand to the back seat and took another hunter ration. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled bitterly. Right after Akira finished his meal, the meeting ground started to come into his view. Shikarabe and his friends were already waiting for him there. Rebuild World Chapter 93, The Rising Star of the Anti-Wuxia Faction. Shikarabe and his friends spent the whole night preparing themselves and finally went out to the meeting ground. Shikarabe's APC was parked in the meeting ground with a few other vehicles parked around it. Akira parked his vehicle near the other vehicles. He then stepped down from his vehicle and walked toward Shikarabe and his friends who were discussing their plan for that day near the APC. Shikarabe quickly noticed Akira. "Akira, you're here, huh? How are you today?" "All good. I see. We'll start as soon as it's time. Make sure that you finish all your preparation by then. Once you're done with your preparation, just stand by and you're free to do anything while waiting. I'm going to be busy for a while. If you have any question, just go and ask Yamanobe." Shikarabe then pointed his finger toward the APC. The back door of that APC opened up and Akira could see the other hunters who would go with him today. The other people who were waiting in their respective vehicles around that APC also looked like hunters. Akira then followed Shikarabe's order and went to the APC to do up his preparation. He then took some stuff inside that APC and carried them back to his own vehicle. The stuff that he had taken consisted of a lot of things. A walkie-talkie and a communication code, rocket launchers designed to fight huge monsters, a configuration chart of the jamming smoke that Shikarabe had prepared, and extra data to adjust information gathering devices. It also included the info about the bounty monsters that Shikarabe had gathered and CWH special ammo. Although Akira also brought with himself extra CWH special ammo, it was always good to get more ammo reserve. Thus he thankfully accepted it. Akira then used the close-range data transfer to download the new data. Since his information-gathering device was connected to Alpha, she was able to use the new data too. As a matter of fact, Alpha quickly analyzed the new data and had set the information-gathering device to minimize the effect from the jamming smoke. Akira finished his preparation and waited for the time to pass. But if he just sat there and waited, he might start feeling sleepy again. Thus he followed Alpha's suggestion to do light exercise outside his vehicle to keep himself awake. Alpha spread out and rotated her 4 limbs one after the other. She then turned around to bend her hip, then stretched her hands and stood skillfully on one leg. That posture further boosted her already charming figure. Although Akira had been used to it, the fact that he barely reacted to that scene showed that he was very insensitive about that kind of thing. Akira was doing light exercises while still in his augmented suit, so when he did not stretch enough, Alpha would control his augmented suit to forcefully stretch his body. "Alpha, that hurts. Your body is stiff. It's important to stretch your body to reduce injury and increase your performance. I guess it's a good idea to keep doing your augmented suit training and regularly readjusting it. Please be gentle. Oh, ouch. Don't worry, you still have some medicines." Alpha smiled when she said that. "That's not a level where you can say that I don't need to worry." Akira kept complaining while doing his stretching, but he did not tell Alpha to stop. Alpha spread her legs and bent forward to show how it is done. She spread her legs in a straight line and bent so much that her chest touched the ground. She looked completely all right in that position. While on the other hand, Akira gritted his teeth in pain while trying to imitate her, but he was barely able to do that. That was when Shikarabe appeared. "What are you doing? You can tell, right? A light stretching." Shikarabe was actually asking Akira why he was doing light stretching right now, but Shikarabe then remembered something else and asked Akira. "I see. By the way, just out of curiosity, is that augmented suit a sync type or a read type?" Akira did not understand what Shikarabe was talking about, so Alpha answered that for him. "Akira, it's a read type. It's a read type." Hearing Akira's answer, Shikarabe frowned a little and said, "I see. I'm sure you'll be fine, but be careful." Akira looked confused and asked Shikarabe, "Be careful? From what?" "There are hunters out there who don't do their research before using their augmented suits, you see. They think that anyone can use an augmented suit by just putting it on. So, in the past, I knew someone who bought a cheap augmented suit from the black market. He immediately used it without readjusting the augmented suit first, so he was still using an augmented suit based on other people's data. Since he did not find anything wrong until then, after reaching the ruins he began stretching his body to check his augmented suit's performance while killing time. By the way, his augmented suit was a read-type augmented suit, so it was still working based on the previous user's data. So when he stretched his body, the augmented suit extended based on the previous user's data, and ended up tearing his ligaments. Akira frowned, looking a bit scared. Shikarabe then continued. "A sync type will not go further than what the current user can do, so something like that would not happen for a sync type augmented suit. While the read-type augmented suit reads straight from the neurosignals of the user, so it sometimes moves faster than the user intends. Since cyborg body has a different neural signals than a normal body, incidents like that are not rare, you know. Don't they have safety functions too? I heard that the previous user had turned it off. There are a lot of hunters who do something like that. After all, there are cases where they have to move so fast to the point that it'll tear their limbs and break their bones in order to survive. So the safety function is actually a problem when they face such a situation." "What happened to that person after that?" "He took a lot of medicines and somehow was able to return back alive. But since then, he was traumatized and he never used augmented suit ever again. Instead, he'll only use physical strengthening modification and normal armor." Akira turned to Alpha, who just smiled as usual. He told himself that Alpha had mentioned about medicines just before teasing him. He then decided to change the subject to banish that thought from his mind. He stood up and asked Shikarabe, "So then why are you here? Are we going soon?" Now that Akira mentioned it, Shikarabe remembered why he came there. That's right. We'll move out soon, but not yet. I just have something I need to ask you. Can you give this guy a ride?" A young hunter was standing behind Shikarabe. He was more or less as old as Akira. He then introduced himself to Akira. I'm Togami. Nice to meet you. Kira. Shikarabe, I just want to make sure of one thing here. Do you need me to help him and watch over him or something? Nope, you can just fight the way you want. That's our deal. Togami will also fight the way he wants. There's no need to try too hard working together with him. If he's too much of a deadweight, I might throw him off from my vehicle, alright? I won't stop you, but if it's possible, throw him into my vehicle when you do that. To be honest, Akira wanted to refuse Shikarabe's request, but it was not like he was really against it. Because of that, he tried to make a lot of excuses to Shikarabe, but in the end he ended up accepting it. So then, although he looked rather displeased, it was not like Togami was against it either. Akira gave up and let Togami into his vehicle. Alright, if you're okay with that, I'll let him get onto my vehicle. Sorry about that, we'll be going soon. Don't be late, okay? After that, Shikarabe left Togami's equipment there and went back to his APC. Akira and the other hunters started moving to hunt for the bounty monsters. They headed to the dark wasteland with Shikarabe's APC leading on the front. Togami was sitting on the driver assistant seat on Akira's vehicle. His equipment was crammed together with Akira's stuff in the back seat. Togami still looked as displeased as he was before he climbed onto Akira's vehicle. It seemed that he was offended by that exchange between Akira and Shikarabe. He arrogantly asked Akira, "Hey, what did you mean back then?" Akira still locked his gaze forward as he casually replied, "What did I mean by that? It's as you heard. Do you really need me to explain it?" After hearing Akira's answer, Togami looked even more displeased than before. "Are you kidding me? You said that as if I'm just a deadweight. What is your hunter rank, by the way?" 21. Hearing that, Togami sneered arrogantly and said with full of confidence, 21? And you dare to talk like that about me? I'm 27, you know. Akira glanced at Togami, but he quickly returned back looking forward again. That reaction angered Togami even more. "Oh, aye. Are you listening to me?" Now that it had turned into something too much of a pain to deal with, Akira just ignored him. Alpha, who was sitting in the midair beside Akira, pointed at Togami and asked, "Are you sure it's okay to just ignore him? If he starts bothering me more than that, let's just throw him to Shikarabe's vehicle." He casually answered Alpha's question with that. Since Shikarabe had already given Akira his permission, Akira really planned to do that. Togami kept complaining to Akira even after that, but Akira just ignored him. It did not take long before he clicked his tongue, sat down, looked at the opposite direction from Akira, and shut up. Shikarabe, Yamanobe and Varga were in the foremost APC. The APC could fit 10 people. They used the leftover space for their ammo and other stuff. But even so, it actually still had enough space for Togami. Yamanobe was the one taking the wheel. The navigation control unit was showing the area where the bounty monsters might be. The scouting groups from Drankum were actively broadcasting information that was received to that APC. Yamanobe picked a route where they could avoid any needless fighting. Yamanobe then asked Shikarabe, "Say, why did you take that boy? Which one are you talking about?" "Togami, I know just how strong Akira is from yesterday's incident. I have no problem bringing him with us. But that Togami, it's not like I'm going to say that he's useless, but at the same time, is there any need to bring him along? Not to mention that he's also one of those young hunters, so why did you bring him here?" Shikarabe looked obviously displeased as he said, "Even for me, it's not like I brought him here because I wanted to. It's more like he was forced onto me. When we were discussing about the budget, they told me to bring him along if I want to get more budget." "Forced to, huh? Are you sure it's okay to really take him along with us?" "Although they told me to bring him along, it's not like we have to make sure that he returns back alive. It doesn't matter if he dies. It would be a huge pain in the neck to have him here together with us. That's why I have Akira take him." Shikarabe laughed. Yamanobe just smiled bitterly and said, "Seeing what happened yesterday, I have a feeling that Akira would really throw him off his vehicle." Varga looked honestly confused as he asked Shikarabe, "I get why we have to take him with us, but why is he hunting for bounty monsters with us in the first place? He can just join the other young hunters, right? So why us? Shikarabi looked irritated. That expression was directed to the people in Drankum's management. That look was enough to answer Varga's question. It's because Togami is a part of the anti-Kitsuya faction. Shikarabi had a close connection with Arabe, one of the officers in Drankum. He heard a lot of things about the inner Drankum management from Arabe. Shikarabi then explained that to Yamanobe and Varga. The young hunters in Drankum were mainly divided into two factions, Kitsuya faction and anti-Kitsuya faction, or basically Kitsuya faction and not Kitsuya faction. Kitsuya faction had the support from the officers who supported the young hunters' prioritization plan. These officers were well organized way up to the upper echelons, thus most of the suggestions that they made in Drankum were approved. Thanks to the influence held by those officers and the track record left by the Kitsuya faction, they rolled out a huge amount of capital for this bounty monsters hunting. While on the other hand, the anti-Kitsuya faction was basically all the other young hunters who were not a part of the Kitsuya faction. It's not like they had formed an organization or something. Moreover, more and more people who had not joined the Kitsuya faction yet started to get absorbed into that faction as long as they did not have any particular reason not to join that faction. There was a need for the anti-Kitsuya faction to gain some kind of power to reduce the Kitsuya faction's influence within the gang. The other factions who thought so started to get their eyes on young hunters like Togami, and started gathering skilled hunters who did not like Kitsuya. With the record of hunting a bounty monster, it would help them to fight against the Kitsuya faction. That was why they sent Togami to help Shikarabi and his team. Other than Togami, there were also other young hunters from the anti-Kitsuya faction sent to hunt for bounty monsters. Varga looked exasperated as he said, "The heck, so it's basically to annoy Kitsuya, huh? Now that I remember it, you do hate Kitsuya, right? If that's the reason, then there's a need to make sure that Togami will return back alive, right? They did ask me that, but I refused. If he doesn't have enough skill to return back alive without anyone watching over him, then the bounty hunting record will just be a meaningless record." They immediately shut up when I told them that. Well, if they're going to use him to fight Kitsuya, he'll need to be at least that strong. What is Kitsuya's current hunter rank again? Varga tried to recall Kitsuya's hunter rank, but before he could, Shikarabi interjected. It's 32. There are not that many hunters out there who could reach rank 32 at his age. It's understandable that she's got her eyes on him. The girl that Shikarabi was talking about was Mizuha. She was a Drankum officer and an avid supporter of the Kitsuya faction. Mizuha was the one who pioneered the young hunters' preferential treatment, and she was promoting it even now. And as more and more young hunters grew stronger, including those who were in the Kitsuya faction, Mizuha's influence as the main supporter of that policy also grew bigger. Shikarabi then mockingly said, "That woman is planning to use Kitsuya to advertise Drankum. That's also one of the reasons why she sent Kitsuya for hunting bounty monsters. She also formed a team of mostly young hunters for hunting the bounty monsters, and of course the leader of that team is Kitsuya. If that team successfully hunted bounty monsters, I bet she would announce it everywhere. A young, skilled, handsome hunter. There's no doubt that the sponsors from the inner wall would be overjoyed to hear that." Yamanobe laughed bitterly. "That's true, that boy is rather handsome after all. People like us won't work for advertising the gang." Varga, who was also laughing, noticed a signal from the detection device. He then said while still smiling, "There's a monster on our way forward. Should we use it to check this rising star of anti-Kitsuya faction?" Varga took his communication device and gave an order to Togami. "Number 8. There's a monster forward. Go ahead and take care of it." All the hunters in Shikarabi's team were assigned different contact numbers. Togami's was number 8, while Akira was number 9. Togami was still staring at the wasteland with a displeased expression, but when he heard that order, he smiled boastfully and said, "It's number 8. Roger that. I'll take care of it." Togami then turned to Akira. "Hey, take me closer to that monster." Akira did not say anything as he paced his vehicle faster, but because of that sudden acceleration, Togami lost balance and almost fell over from his seat. Togami tried to regain his balance in panic, and then said to Akira, "Hey, drive more carefully, will you? What the heck are you thinking?" Akira glanced at Togami. He let out a short sigh before returning his gaze forward again. Togami glared at Akira with full anger. You brat! Akira did not even bat an eyelash as he kept pacing his vehicle toward that monster without slowing down at all. He was heading toward a carnivorous monster that was more or less as big as his vehicle. That monster quickly noticed the vehicles heading toward it. It immediately roared and ran toward Akira as it quickly closed the distance between them. Akira did not even bother to look at Togami as he asked, "So then how close do you need me to get? Just stop somewhere nearby." Togami half-sighed as he said that. Akira did not say anything as he slowed down his vehicle to a stop. Togami thought that the other hunters besides Shikarabe and his friends were hunters without enough skills to join the bounty monster's hunt. He thought that they were there only to replace their lack of fighting power with numbers. After all, most of them did not look that strong. Akira was only a small boy while the other hunters used weak-looking equipment such as a worn-out armor. As a matter of fact, Togami was half correct. Lending good equipment for hunters with debt might cause trouble in case those hunters tried to use that chance to run away. Because of that, Shikarabe only lent them mostly worn-out equipment that they would throw away after one use. Those equipment would only fetch a small amount of money, even if they tried to sell it, and taking all of it while running away was not worth the trouble. Togami thought that the reason why he was sent to join that bounty hunting team was because the higher official in the Drankum thought highly of his skill. Although that was indeed correct, it was a completely different matter whether Togami correctly evaluated his own skill. Akira's vehicle had gotten considerably close to the monster that they were aiming for. Togami took his rifle and jumped off Akira's vehicle. He then mockingly smiled at Akira and said, "They told me to take care of it. I can do it alone, you just shut up and watch me from there. I'll show you the difference in our skill." After he said that, Togami ran to a position himself at a vantage point. Once he reached his destination, he took out the powerful rifle that was prepared for hunting the bounty monster and aimed at that monster. He then confidently pulled the trigger. Although he missed some of his shots, he shot a lot of bullets to compensate for it. The bullets pierced through that monster's skin, flesh, and bones. For such a large, vigorous monster, bullets which did not pierce through its weak points could only inflict minor wounds, but with enough small wounds, they turned fatal enough to kill it. And so Togami was able to kill that monster in a short time, which was rather commendable. While he was focusing his shots at that one particular monster, the other two monsters quickly closed the distance. Togami spread bullets at those monsters to slow them down and wound them. The other monsters slowed down because of the wounds. They quickly noticed their dead friend and faltered. Togami kept on shooting at the rest of the monsters. He took his time to kill them. Togami thought that he had done well enough to showcase his skill to Akira. So he walked back to Akira looking forward to his reaction, thinking that Akira should have understood his power now. But it did not go as Togami had expected. Akira was still sitting on the driver's seat while looking forward. He looked bored. Shikarabe's APC then passed beside Akira's vehicle. Togami stood beside Akira's vehicle with a displeased look on his face. He was waiting for Akira's reaction from that fight just now. No matter whether it was a good reaction or not, as long as Akira would give him a reaction, he would be satisfied. If it was praise, he would accept it. And if it was an insult, he would take it as Akira being jealous of losing against him. So no matter what it was, it would give him some satisfaction. But on the contrary, Akira did not show any reaction at all. He was not just simply ignoring Togami. It was as if his behavior saying that it was nothing special at all. Togami did not try to hide his irritation as he asked Akira, "Hey, don't you have anything to say to me? Get in here quickly. They'll leave us behind, you know?" Akira somehow sounded exasperated when he said that. Togami's expression immediately turned worse. He was about to burst when suddenly a call for Varga stopped him. "Number 8, Number 9, you're going to get left behind. Did your vehicle get damaged from that fight?" Akira answered back, "This is Number 9. The vehicle is okay. But for some reason, the Number 8 isn't getting into the vehicle. Can I just leave him behind? Is Number 8 somewhere near you? Number 8, are you hurt and unable to move?" Togami sounded annoyed as he answered back, "And no, I'm not hurt." "Then get your ass back." Varga shouted at Togami and closed the call. Togami gritted his teeth and was somehow barely able to hold his anger as he dragged himself back into Akira's vehicle. Akira quickly started his vehicle and tried to chase Shikarabe. He was able to catch up with them in no time. Akira was driving his car without saying anything, but he was actually talking with Alpha through telepathy. Togami sat next to him while looking in the opposite direction from him. Although Togami was about to burst back then, they did not say anything to each other while driving. Togami knew that if he caused trouble there, it might cause Akira to make a blunder and hurt both of them. That was why he was somehow able to calm down. The sun had risen up and shone its light onto the wasteland. Alpha basked under the sunlight as she smiled at Akira. That was the moment when night turned into morning. The area that the sunshine reached turned into morning while the area that was still blanketed in the darkness stayed as the night. It was the moment when morning and night existed at the same time. In that ephemeral moment, Alpha's hair and skin somehow gave off a fantasy-like glossy aura under the morning sun. It's morning, Akira. You're right. That was a rather dull response. Don't you have something more to say? Even if you tell me so. Akira looked around him and Alpha. It was not like he did not show any reaction at all, but he did not have enough words to accurately describe the feeling that was swelling inside his heart. Well, it's really something else compared to the morning in the slum city. That was all that Akira said. There were a lot of things that he needed to have so that he could say those words, and if it was the past Akira, he would not be able to say those words there. For example, in order so that no one would kill him in his sleep, Akira had to carefully pick where he slept, and he ended up sleeping in places where sunlight could not reach. The other thing would be the leeway to see the sunrise. Since he had to keep himself away from any possible threats, he had to focus his attention to the places where the sunlight could not reach, like the dark and shady places where he could get ambushed. There were still other factors too, but basically the past Akira did not have the leeway to leisurely watch the sunrise. Even now, Akira still did not have the leeway to leisurely watch the sunrise. Alpha suddenly pointed her finger toward the wasteland. Akira, it's more monsters. They already noticed you and they're heading this way. Akira could feel an irritation that he did not understand himself well enough. He then obeyed that irritation as he quietly went to the back seat. He took a stance and aimed the CW anti-material rifle attached in the back seat to that monster. He looked somewhat annoyed as he carefully took an aim at that monster and pulled the trigger without hesitation. He was using CWH special ammo at that time. Thanks to the high-level accuracy support from Alpha, the bullet pierced right through between that monster's eyes, which was its weak point. After that bullet broke havoc inside that monster's head, it pierced right through its torso and vanished into the wasteland. The shockwave from that hit was enough to rip off that monster's limbs. A call then came in from the communication device. It was from Vargut. Number 9, a big-sized monster is coming from the right. Judging from its moving speed, it's only a matter of time before it catches up with us. Go and take care of it. Number 9 here, it's done. Ha! A short expression of disbelief from Varga passed through the communication device. It took some time for Varga to check the scanner, and after he confirmed that the signal had indeed vanished, he sounded a bit surprised as he said, I've confirmed it too. You're doing great, keep that up. Number 9, roger that. Akira still looked slightly annoyed as he returned back to the driver's seat. Alpha smiled mischievously while staring at him. Akira felt a bit embarrassed as he jabbed at her to hide his embarrassment. What? It's nothing. It seems that you really enjoy watching the sunrise. You became really annoyed when that monster disturbed you. Well, yeah. Although it was not like Akira was enjoying the sunrise, he awkwardly responded to Alpha's question with that short answer. Alpha was still smiling at him. She knew a lot more about Akira than Akira himself knew. Although he had gotten used to her charming outlook, the sight of her basking in the morning light was even more charming than her usual look. Togami, who stared at Akira as he returned back to driving, was amazed by Akira's move there. There was another monster near the monster that Akira just killed. It was a 1-meter big spider monster with a steel body. Cameras were fixed on its head in place of eyes. That monster was looking at Akira through those cameras. After Akira and the other hunters left that place, that monster finally started moving while making clunking sounds. Rebuild World Chapter 94. Hunters who worth more than 100 million Aurum. By the time Varga told Akira to take care of the monster that he detected, Akira had already taken care of that monster. Even Varga was surprised by that. He then flusteredly checked his radar and confirmed that Akira was not lying, and so he was still shaken when he replied back to Akira. Varga then curiously asked Shikarabi, "Shikarabi, where in the world did you find that boy? Wait, that's not right. How the heck did you discover his ability?" "There was a chance when we worked together in the Kazusuhara underground ruin. That was the trigger." "Oh, that huh. If I'm not mistaken, they found a big Urata scorpion nest there and executed a big-scale extermination operation, right? I heard that the Katsuya faction was able to gather a lot of reward and achievement during that operation. So Akira also participated in that operation, huh?" Shikarabi shook his head. "Nope, as in matter of fact, he withdrew from the underground city request on the third day. So he did not participate in the extermination operation. The reason why I was able to see his ability was when I got assigned to a team of hunters to explore the underground city." "So, did he do anything amazing there?" "Not really, he was at least not a deadweight to me and the other hunters. That was all there was to it." Varga tilted his head. "Then why did you invite Akira? Judging from what you just said, there's no real reason why we should invite him for hunting the bounty monsters, you know? Does he have anything particular written in his hunter history?" Yamanobe joined in and refuted that guess. "Nah, there's nothing amazing written in his hunter history. Since Shikarabi invited that boy and after seeing what he was capable of yesterday, I went to the hunter office's site to check his hunter page. There's nothing interesting in particular written there. He's just a rank 21 young hunter. He has killed a lot of monsters and went up a few ranks sooner than most of his peers. That's all that is written on his hunter page." Varga looked a bit confused as he asked Shikarabi further. "Then why did you invite him? Is it that thing? That Shikarabi's intuition thingy? You always say that a good intuition is a crucial aspect for a hunter." Shikarabi laughed. "I know well enough not to rope both of you in solely because of my intuition, you know? Well, it's true that it was because of my intuition at first, but I decided to invite him after I got more information about him." Shikarabi then pulled out his information terminal, operated it, and then gave it to Yamanobe and Varga. Both of them looked at that information terminal and checked the information displayed on its monitor. Yamanobe looked slightly confused. "Is this a copy from the Hunter office's webpage? I already checked it, you know." "You should already know why I went through all the work to get a local copy. It contains confidential information that you won't be able to see normally, unless you pay an information broker from the inside the Hunter office. Look how it's different from what you have read." Yamanobe then operated the information terminal to look for that difference. "There's some difference in the request history. The details about the Kazusuhara underground city request is really short. HM?" Yamanobe raised his eyebrows as he read through that short detailed description of Akira's Kazusuhara underground city request history. Confidential request from Kagamayama City Management. The details of the request is hidden. It must be a copy from someone who has no right to see this information, huh? The only available information that we can see is just a short summary of the request." Shikarabi then interjected. "You can see the reward too, so check it out." Yamanobe and Varga checked the reward from that request. Both of them looked thunderstruck when they saw the number. Yamanobe rechecked that number again to make sure that he did not misread it as he said, 160 million Aurum? That boy is a hunter who's worth more than 100 million Aurum, huh? That title referred to the hunters who gained more than 100 million Aurum in a single request. It was one of the indicators that showed the ability of a hunter. Of course, there were not that many hunters who could attain that title. Although it was a customary title, if a hunter had finished at least one request that earned that hunter more than 100 million Aurum or any other currency recognized by the corporate government, then that hunter could claim that title. But if a hunter wanted others to treat him or her as a hunter with that title, then he or she should find a way to prove it to other people. Thus it was hard for a hunter who achieved that title from a confidential request. Of course, that was excluding the people who knew about that confidential request. Varga was honestly amazed as he said, It says that 60 million orum was used to pay for his medical bill. But it's still a reward that's worth more than 100 million orum. There's no mistaking it. He's worthy of that title. No wonder he's that strong. Varga then continued, but this time he sounded a bit suspicious. The only thing that bothers me is that this information is not set to be hidden by Akira himself. This information is not just simply hidden from public view. This means that it's basically forged public information. I bet it was forged after Kagamayama City Management made a formal request to the Hunter office and Akira himself had given his approval too. What exactly happened? Shikarabe smiled and answered Varga's question. There was an incident the same day Akira withdrew from the underground city's request. The army sent from the Kagamayama city engaged in a battle against some relic thieves. Since the thieves were aiming for the relics in the underground city that were originally owned by the city management, a lot of hunters got roped in that incident. You guys heard about that too, right? Yeah, but I heard that the army was able to easily apprehend the thieves. It was written somewhere in a small corner in the news sites. I bet that incident has something to do with that confidential part in his hunter history. It's just my guess though. But I believe that Akira was somehow connected to that incident, and did something which made the Kagamayama city management pay him 160 million orum. Either that or it was bribe money to make sure that Akira won't leak anything. I can't really judge his ability, but looking at the reward that he received, I can make a guess that he's at least as strong as us. Does that convince you? Yamanobe smiled confidently and said, yeah. But still, hypothetically speaking, if we can't pay him enough reward, you'll be in big trouble, right, Shikarabe? Shikarabe laughed. No need to worry about that. It won't be a trouble if we get to beat one bounty monster. Let's have Akira work hard for his own reward. After Shikarabe said that, they laughed together. Being over-optimistic in their betting was normal in Hunter's line of work. As long as they went out to the wasteland, they were gambling with their lives at stake. And so, these hunters expected a high return for the high risk that they were taking. Akira was driving his vehicle while talking with Alpha. So from the outside he looked like he was driving silently. Or at least, there was no conversation between him and Togami. Togami always had an annoyed expression plastered on his face, but now his anger was no longer present. And in its place, he had a cautious and curious face as if he was looking at an unidentified object. He had been looking at Akira for some time now. Alpha then asked Akira, he's been glancing at you, you know. Are you sure you want to just leave him alone? It's a huge pain in the neck to react to that. And it's not like I can just throw him off from my vehicle just because he's staring at me, so let's just leave him alone. Akira knew that Togami was staring at him, but he just ignored Togami. As long as Togami did not strike any conversation, Akira had no plan to say anything to Togami. He would not even reply to Togami's question unless he had no other choice. If you don't mind, then I don't really mind him either, but it really doesn't bother you. To be honest, it does, but ignoring him is 100 times better than getting into trouble with him. We should have refused right from the start. This was a mistake. It's not like I have any other choice. The person who made the request told me to take him with me, and to be honest, I didn't expect he would agree to that condition. Alpha smiled. She looked a bit regretful. It can't be helped then. Let's just wait until we get a chance to throw him to Shikarabe's vehicle. Honestly speaking, I hope we don't even need to do that. Akira looked exasperated when he said that. Togami was still staring at Akira. Akira was able to discover a monster even before Shikarabe told him about that monster. He then sniped that monster from a moving vehicle, and was able to hit and kill that monster in one shot. If Togami asked himself whether he could execute the same feat, the answer was a loud and clear no. In the first place, aiming from a moving vehicle was really difficult. Even if he was shooting from a stationary vehicle, sniping a monster from afar was already difficult enough. And even if he could hit his shot, he would need to either accurately snipe at the monster's weak point or use a powerful gun to be able to defeat that monster in one shot. Both of these only increase the difficulty of executing such a shot. When you want to take out a huge monster, you would have to do both, use a strong rifle and hit the weak point at the same time. Togami was a hunter skilled enough to be sent to hunt a bounty monster, but even if he overestimated his own ability, he was sure he could not execute the same feat as Akira just now. Moreover, the person who did that was a rank 21 hunter who was supposed to be below his own rank. Because of that, it really shocked Togami. If it was a story that he heard, he would be able to just laugh it off as a joke or a lie, but Akira did that right in front of his eyes. On the other hand, he could just think of it as a pure coincidence, a lucky shot that only happened once out of thousands of shots. That might be all there was to it, but Togami could not wrap up that incident as a lucky shot. The reason was because Akira did that so casually. Akira did that as if it was nothing to him. He did it so easily and casually just because he could. It was as if he had just squatted a fly that passed in front of him. That was the only impression that Togami got from Akira's action. Also, Akira did not show any reaction after he executed that impossible feat and silently went back to driving. As Togami kept on thinking and evaluating Akira, the image of Akira inside his mind was of an unknown boy hunter who had a lower hunter rank than him. Since he could not admit that it was Akira's real ability, he could not hold his curiosity back and ended up saying something to Akira. "Oh, don't get ahead of yourself just because of that lucky shot. I won't ever admit that it's your real ability." Togami actually wanted to confirm whether it was really a lucky shot or was it because of Akira's aiming skill. But the words that came out from his mouth were completely different than what he actually meant. Akira glanced at Togami and casually replied, "I see." After he said that, Akira returned his gaze forward and continued driving. Normally, people would take his reply as an affirmation to what Togami just said. While on the other hand, it was a feat that Akira would not be able to execute without Alpha's support, so it could also be understood as an affirmation from that point of view. Akira kept training himself every day so that he would be able to do the same thing on his own without Alpha's support. Togami laughed awkwardly after hearing Akira's answer. "Ha ha ha, as I thought, it's just a lucky shot, huh? Don't surprise me like that. Now that I think about it, there's no way a rank 21 hunter can do that in the first place." Togami laughed as if he was trying to convince himself, but since he himself was still not fully convinced by it, his laugh was somehow stiff and awkward. Drankum had a base in the Kugamayama city's lower district. Somewhere near that base, a lot of Drankum's young hunters were preparing themselves to hunt for the bounty monsters. They were preparing their vehicles and equipment to go out to the wasteland and filled their APCs with supplies. Elena and Sarah boarded one of those vehicles and waited until the dispatch time while looking at the scene around them. They were the hunters assigned to help the young hunters from Drankum to hunt for the bounty monster. Their job was to fight under the others' orders. Both of them had already finished their preparation yesterday, so they had nothing to do but wait after they received the contact device specially used by Drankum members. Sarah looked at the other hunters who were going to join them in hunting the bounty monsters and mumbled, "There are quite a lot of them, but most of them are young hunters. Some of them are even as young as Akira. Well, it's not like I'm discriminating against them because of their age though. But it makes me worry with this many young hunters. I wonder if they really understand that they're going to hunt for bounty monsters. It's not like we're going to hunt common strong monsters, you know?" The longer someone was working as a hunter, the more and more obscure his or her age became. But even so, it was rather obvious that the hunters in that place were mostly young hunters who were not even considered as adults yet. Most of the hunter equipment was designed to be used by adults, thus they were not perfect for young hunters. As long as it was not some kind of fetish, even cyborg hunters would not prefer to have a child's body. Due to that, most of the young hunters who looked like young children were really young children. And as young hunters, they did not have long experience being a hunter. The same thing could also be said for their skill too. Of course, there were some exceptions though. Sarah was observing those young hunters preparing themselves while waiting. To be honest, she thought that most of those young hunters were not ready to join the hunt for bounty monsters. Elena then spoke to her as if she was trying to reassure her. Both their numbers and their equipment should be enough to defeat a bounty monster. Seeing the vehicles prepared for this expedition, it seems that they assume they'll be able to successfully take down the bounty monsters. Although, I'm not really sure if the reward from the bounty is enough to bring them profit after preparing all of these equipment. Not to mention they also pay other hunters like us to help out too, and it's not like all of them are only young hunters. So there should be no problem. Sarah frowned a bit. Depending on how you look at it, it sounds as if we're here to look over these young hunters though. There's no need to do that. It's obvious that we're here to look over these children. Leaving the bounty monster aside, the reward that we will receive this time depends on the young hunters who can return back alive, you know? So, our reward will get a huge hit if the leader of the team gets killed. Since it's not an escort request, there's no need to try too hard protecting these children. But if we want to keep our reward, we should make sure that the leader returns back alive or take out the bounty monsters fast. This is confidential info though, so don't tell anyone. Okay? Alright. I did hear that Drankum had a policy to prioritize young hunters, but I never thought that they would go this far. To think that they would send young hunters and their guardians to fight bounty monsters. Just what exactly is Drankum thinking? Sarah sounded a bit bewildered when she said that. Elena then jokingly replied, "We might be looking down on them, you know. All of them might be as strong as Akira. That in itself is scary." Now that you mention it, that's true. Elena and Sarah then laughed together after that exchange. They then noticed a group of young hunters heading in their direction. Elena smiled at the hunter leading that group. "Team leader Katsuya, is it time to go?" They were the team assigned to Sarah and Elena. It had Katsuya as its team leader, then Katsuya's close cliques, and some other hunters who got roped in his shenanigans as the members. The members of Katsuya's team were relatively high-ranking members. They looked at Elena and Sarah with a meaningful gaze. Katsuya was a bit embarrassed since Elena called him team leader. "Yes, we'll start soon. We'll be in your care for today." Katsuya and Elena then nodded at each other. Elena smiled and said, "We'll be in your care too. Let's give our best out there. Both Elena and I will work hard for receiving the reward, so no need to hold back when you want to give us orders." Sarah also smiled and joined their conversation. "I'll also give my best out there not to drag both of you down." After Katsuya said that and smiled, his face turned serious. "Elena-san and Sarah-san are actually assigned under my team. I might be an inexperienced leader, but please don't move on your own since it might cause confusion. As long as it's not an emergency, please stick to my orders." Katsuya was proud of himself for getting chosen as a team leader. He planned to give his best to turn his hunt into a success. In order to do that, he could not let Elena and Sarah make their own moves although he was close to them. He said that with a serious expression to make sure that Elena and Sarah understood well what he was trying to say. Elena smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we'll properly follow your orders." Both Elena and Sarah did not seem to get offended at all. Katsuya's expression relaxed as he looked relieved. But there were people who got annoyed by that exchange between Katsuya and Elena. Among them was a young girl by the name of Lilina who was standing next to Katsuya. Lilina did not even try to hide her displeasure as she shouted, "Katsuya, you're the team leader, so at least tell them not to get ahead of themselves just because they're your acquaintances. And tell them to just follow your orders." Katsuya looked surprised as he turned to Lilina. Both Elena and Sarah also looked at Lilina with a dumbfounded face. While for the rest of the hunters there, half of them felt the same as Lilina while the other half were simply taken aback by that sudden outburst. If Yamaina was present, she would have tried to arbitrate that situation and calmed Lilina down. But at the moment, Yamaina was in the middle of doing preparation somewhere else. Katsuya was still at loss on what to do there. Since there was no one to stop her, Lilina was still glaring at Elena and Sarah as she said, "Since both of you are here because of a request, you need to at least pay some respect to the requester and the team leader. If you make such a friendly exchange just because you're close with Katsuya, it might affect the team's morale. You know? Shouldn't both of you be more self-conscious that you're here because we pay you?" Elena looked completely flabbergasted, but she quickly changed her expression and smiled bitterly at Lilina. Lilina's expression turned even stiffer as she thought that Elena was mocking her. Katsuya, who regained his composure, flusteredly tried to stop Lilina. "Lilina, just shut up." But Lilina jabbed back at Katsuya. "What do you mean by that? Or more like, why did you let outsiders join our team in the first place? Do you think that we won't be able to handle the bounty monster? Are we really that weak in your eyes?" That's not what I mean." Katsuya was overwhelmed by Lilina's sudden outburst. She then turned her gaze back to Elena and Sarah. She then sighed and said, "Just so you know, we can take 1 or 2 bounty monsters without your help. So just be careful not to get in our way. Okay? After Lilina said that, she quickly turned and left. Katsuya's gaze bounced back and forth from Elena and Lilina, who was leaving the premises. I am really sorry. Please excuse me. Katsuya then quickly tried to catch up with Lilina after he said that to Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah lightly waved at Katsuya and watched him walking away. The other hunters quickly followed Katsuya and left that place too. Now that Elena and Sarah were alone, Sarah smiled bitterly and said to Elena, "This isn't going to be easy." Elena laughed lightly. "Let's just properly do our job out there. If they really don't need us, we should be able to take it easy." "Do you think we can really take it easy?" "Oh my, I did say that we should just focus and do our job out there, right?" They both laughed after Elena said that. Both of them understood that they would not be able to take it easy at all. As a matter of fact, they knew that they would need to work hard out there, otherwise there would not even be any reward. Both Elena and Sarah agreed on that point. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Akira and his group were traversing the wasteland. They did not get to meet much trouble on their way to their destination. Togami had somehow calmed down. He did not do anything that bothered Akira, at least, other than glancing at Akira from time to time with a curious face. Suddenly, Shikarabe's voice could be heard from the contact device. He sounded really serious. "We'll soon arrive at the area where the bounty monster was spotted. Our target this time is Tank Tarantula. The bounty prize is 800 million orum. Get yourself ready." Both Akira and Togami's expression changed as they got psyched up for the upcoming fight. Both of them listened to Shikarabe with a serious expression. Number 2 and 3 will take the front position once the fight starts. All the other hunters will need to protect number 2 and number 3. Attract the tank tarantula's attention and keep it occupied so it won't aim its attack on number 2 and number 3. You can check your and the others' positions from the display in the communication device. Pay attention to it as you circle the target. Don't use the rocket launcher until I give you my signal. Once number 2 and 3 finish their job, we'll attack the target altogether. That's all. Are there any questions? After listening to that short description of the plan, Togami frowned and asked Shikarabe, "It's number 8. I need more information on the plan. Aren't you going to give us orders as to where to go, where we should station ourselves, and when we can attack the target? Other than the decision to withdraw, look around and make your own decision yourself. So we basically can do anything we want to react to the situation." Huh? In the first place, we're just a mixed batch of hunters. We're not very organized that we can work together on a detailed plan. So make your own decision. But if it's needed, we'll also give you orders. Togami did not try to hide his displeasure as he said, "Give me a break, it's your job to organize the team, you know?" Togami was not exactly wrong there. Shikarabe's orders were very open to interpretation. It basically discarded the advantage they got if they moved as a team. If they made a more detailed plan for them to work together, they would be able to more effectively dish out damages. Shikarabe himself understood that fact. The reason why he did not do that was because he thought that it would be useless or might even be counter-effective. The only people who he fully trusted were his friends, Yamanobe and Varga. He did not trust that the other hunters would properly follow his orders. He even thought that there was a good chance the other hunters would get intimidated, scared, and eventually run away from the fight once they faced the bounty monster. Shikarabe did not expect any of them to do more than the least amount of work that they were needed to do. He did not believe even for a sec that the other hunters would obediently follow his command. Rather than giving them a proper order, which they could not handle and instead push them to abandon the fight, Shikarabe thought that it was better to just give them rather vague orders. But of course it would be a whole different case if Shikarabe was gifted with a strong commanding skill. It would allow him to accurately identify the characteristics of the debt-ridden hunters and hunters with particular situations that he just met a few days ago, and make sure that he only gave them orders that they could execute without much trouble. But Shikarabe himself knew well that he was not that good. Shikarabe replied back with a strong tone to Togami. "Is it that you can't do anything unless I explicitly tell you what to do? If that's the case, just make sure you don't get in our way. Other than that, you can freely do anything you want. Anyone has any other questions?" It seemed that no one other than Togami had any questions for Shikarabe. While Togami was enraged that he was not in a situation where he could ask any further questions. If no one else has any other questions, then that's all. Make sure you work hard enough to earn your reward. Shikarabe then ended the call, but Togami did not stop glaring at the communication device. They continued heading straight to their destination. Shikarabe kept his eyes on the radar and the information display connected to his vehicle's control device. The bounty monster was huge, so he should be able to easily notice it when it was somewhere close. He then spoke through the communication device again. Spread out, it would be bad if we stick close to each other like this. Shikarabe then turned to Yamanobe and Varga. They were number 2 and number 3. Both of them were sitting on top of a wasteland bike inside the APC. The back door opened for both of them to go out. Yamanobe was carrying an anti-material sniper rifle, while Varga was carrying a kickbackless hand cannon. An automatic reloading device was fixed behind their bikes and it was connected to their respective rifles. Shikarabe threw a question at them. You guys ready? Final check is done. I'm ready when you are. Same here. Yamanobe and Varga smiled as they replied back to Shikarabe's question. Both of them were a bit excited and nervous at the same time. Shikarabe then asked them again. I don't know how well the others will do their job as diversions. I'll also use this vehicle as a diversion, so do you want to go out now while you have the chance? Varga shook his head. Nah, I want to confirm the position of our target as close as possible before heading out. It would be a bad thing if we go out first and then get attacked first instead. This APC is already reinforced, right? Yeah, it would be able to take some beatings. If it becomes dangerous to stay in this APC, I'll give the order to withdraw. You guys need to be careful out there too, alright? I know. It's also Hunter's job to return back alive. I have no plans to get killed because of greed. They then laughed together. Hunters always put dangers and possible rewards on a scale before making any decisions. Some hunters decided to take more risk chasing for more reward and got killed instead. Up until now, Shikarabe and his friends were able to always return alive, and they had no plans to break that streak now. Shikarabe's gaze returned back to the display. It suddenly showed a dangerous threat. It was from the bounty monster. Shikarabe swiftly shouted at the communication device. I found the tank tarantula. Get yourself ready. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.